I am not alive. Nobody's here yet. Mm-hmm. I need my cord for this light to plug it into.
There's a notification. Do you hear it?
What's that for me? Mm-hmm. What's going on, Fat City? Fat City's our child. We take care of Fat City. We send them all kinds of cool shit. I'm live in the hive with Mrs. Hive. Mrs. Kodiak Edge is next to me. What's up, Charlie? How you doing, buddy? Temperature went from 93 to 58 degrees. Little nippy. Man, I had a busy day today, boy. I tell you what. First thing I got up, probably around 10:30. What's up, Charlie? Hey, Mrs. Holman, Fat City said.
Hello.
Hello. He's not big on camera. Hey, Victor. What's up, brother? So, anyways, yeah, I got up and I decided to do some yard chores today. That's really needed. We had 80-mile-an-hour winds here, and thank God only two of the limbs blew off the trees instead of onto my house like last time. So, first thing I had to do in order was to cut them up, get them out of the yard. It took me about a half an hour with the old steel chainsaw. Got that thrown in my truck, put on a pile, ready to dry out so I could burn it. And then I cut my grass, about an acre and a half, with my new Cub Cadet yard tractor. And got the grass cut. And what's up, Justin? And then after cutting the grass, it took me about an hour and a half on the Cub Cadet. Then I tilled my new garden, and I made it a little bit bigger this time. My wife's against that, but you know she's not the one helping me. So anyways, so the garden's all tilled, ready to go. Now I'll get some plants here in the next week or so. Start planting. A cave? No, actually I'm on my patio deck. I'll give you the tour. First off, there's my lovely wife. Hi, honey.
Hello. Oh, bug.
And then there's my waterfall. I'm on my patio deck. What's up, Lulu?
It's not a waterfall, honey.
Oh, what is it?
It's like a bubbler.
It's my little fountain I made.
Yeah.
All them seashells came from the shorelines of North Carolina. That's my R&R sound. My wife's got Hootie the owl there in a little tricycle. And then this is my fire pit. Oh yeah. I built this deck a couple years ago. I got a 10 by 10 canopy to put on it here next. I got to put that up now. Keep the sun off us, huh, honey? So, that's my fire. I'll turn it down a little bit. That's all the way there. There we go. That's better. Conserve some of my gas. So we got the humming feeder right there, and my wife got some pretty flowers the other day at Menards. She got her hummingbird light jar there with wings on it. Little lighthouse wind chimes there. On the outside, I'm going to plant actually some herbs, because when I'm up here cooking, then I can grab my herbs right off the deck. Oh, hey, Mrs. H. Louis said from Arizona.
Hello.
I was talking. What did you say? She said, hello, Louis. What up, beautiful lady, said Victor.
Oh my god, I have no makeup on.
Oh, you don't have no makeup on. Ain't she a doll, though? She don't need makeup, I told her. Yeah. She's my baby doll. Where's my dogs?
Sleeping. They went to bed.
Emmy Lou!
Emmy. Bobo.
Bobo!
They're tired.
My dogs are tired. They played a lot in the yard.
Here they come. Hi guys.
Oh, here they come. Here comes the monsters. Hey, guys. Hi, Lulu.
Emmy.
Hi, Emmy Lou. Hi, Bobo Boy.
Hi guys.
My weenie pits. They're half pit bull and half Dotson. She's got the muscles on her. Emmy. Louis said no makeup needed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Emmy.
I can get the stand up a little higher. That'd be nicer. My light's gonna die on me here.
Uh-oh.
I'll turn it on when
Good night, guys.
I turn the camera. Night night.
They're going to
They
bed.
went back to bed. We called them out. They thought there's some treats out here waiting for them.
Oh, the cake.
The cake.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just helped my wife make a strawberry rhubarb upside down cake. That's what we got in the oven right now. You got a coyotes there? Oh, we got all kinds of coyotes here. I shoot them from this porch all the time. And when I get my chickens, I'm going to be shooting a lot of them. I'll be making some hats out of them. Yeah, we got you just might hear some coyotes tonight. But this is my R&R spot. This is where I go to wind down after a hard day's work. Oh, she didn't go to bed fat. She went to check on her cake. Strawberry rhubarb upside down cake. And she didn't think about getting any vanilla ice cream, did you? Nope. So I thought this would be enjoying for you all to watch with me. You don't always have to be down below in the fire pit. It's just treated lumber, that's all it is. It's the way I did it to keep the dogs up. Friends from Tampa. I grew up childhood in Tampa, near Tampa, actually. Tarpon Springs, Sarasota, Clearwater area. That's where I spent my childhood at. I love my little fountain I made. All them seashells came from North Carolina on the shoreline. Every time I go there, I collect them. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, bud? Welcome to my channel. It's my weeknight getaway. Waiting for my upside down cake to finish cooking. Thought I'd show off some of my gotta watch myself. Some of my mods here. This is my cold steel 4 Max Scout that I put the ironwood scales on. These are the same ironwood scales I'm going to be putting on Barlow Jim's Barlow that I'm doing them. I'm a big fan of cold steel. I love the honking blades. Yeah, it's relaxing, Justin. At the end of the day, come up here, turn on the fire, and listen to my waterfall. Pet my dogs.
Don't.
Yep, that's the Formac Scout by Cold Steel. Watch my channel often? Well, I appreciate that, Aaron. Thanks for your support. You're quite welcome. Old Lakes? What's Old Lakes, Aaron? How's the doctor knife going? The doctor knife is on hold until I get the steel from Paul, and then I'm going to shape the blade and pill separator and spring as soon as I get the steel. He's sending me a stainless steel that he wants me to use. Then I'm going to send it off to him again, and he's going to have a fellow there that has a heat treating facility for stainless to heat treat it for me. Then he's going to send it back to me, and I'm going to put the cutting edge on it, and I'm going to put the grind on it. I'm going to make the whole blade. He's just going to heat treat it for me. And then Paul will send it back to me, and I'll assemble his knife. So it'll be about another month process before I get that one done. In the meantime, I'll be working on Louie's Buck 110 project and Big Jim's knives he wants finished. Land O'Lakes, Picasso country. That's about where I live. I live near the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan in particular. I'm an hour south of Lake Michigan, and I fish it for coho and king salmon, smallmouth bass, perch, gills, all kinds of stuff. All right. Here's one I haven't modded yet, and I'm looking forward to doing it. This is a SR1 Light by Cold Steel. I'm a big fan of the Triad lock, of course. Oh, there's Knucklehead. What up, Knucklehead? SR1 Light. I'm not big on Tontos, but I had to get one. So I might do a ODE green micarta on this one, and I'll probably do a little bit of a carving on the back spine. Charlie Cook's in the house. Can't see my knife. Maybe, just maybe, I can get some light on if I don't lose my phone trying to spin this light. No, honey, I don't need that. That's too bright. Get away. Take it away, honey.
Take it away.
That's all I need right there.
Take it away.
My phone stand here has a light built into it. Hold on. Let me get my phone back in the holder. There we go. You need to go downstairs and get me that plug for this light.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a black cord down there sitting by the laptop.
Black cord.
Yeah.
Or is it going to go dead? I don't?
No, I don't need it, honey. Make sure these ain't getting hot.
Yeah, start them on fire.
Set them on fire, huh? Yep. And last but least, in the cold steel, here's my Recon 1 that I put carbon fiber and copper scales on. My drill bit wandered on me though when I was making this side here, and you can see it went too deep. But it's still recessed, just too deep. I'll probably do it again one day. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the triad lock. I love these knives. I'm gonna get the Ranger Boss 1, and then I put a leather lanyard on it with some copper windings. Jerry Phillips is in the house. How's that cake doing?
Pulling off.
Oh, you got it out already?
Yeah.
We get it. Me and the wife made a strawberry rhubarb cake together, upside down cake. If you all remember me painting this one, and I decorated the spine. I carved the vine pattern on it. You all know what knife this is. I have to explain it, I don't think. The Kershaw leak. I had a guy try to buy my pocket drop today for $100, but I told him to watch your channel and gave him your email to contact you. That's cool, Charlie. Yeah, I'll make him one, but they're $125 with the sheath. Without the sheath, $95. So I painted some stars on it. I didn't do a Hamon on this one. My buddy that owns a knife shop in town, Red, she says, don't you have a knife that you haven't modified yet? I'm like, no. I do actually, but make sure they're not getting hot. Yep, good to go. I had to bring some knives up here to show you. Read yours, what did you say? Gee, man, I will trade you that case for all 3 of them cold steels. No, not even close. That case ain't worth more than this leak. Not even close. Technically, that case has been tampered with. The original patina is not on it anymore. And it's been sanded too much and played around with too much. Had it been in original shape, nobody touched it other than cleaning it, it'd be worth over $150 so. But right now as it sits, you'd be lucky to get $100 for that knife. People don't collect knives that's been sanded down and finished that are serious about collecting. And the values drop drastically when people touch them. You know, especially an older knife, you don't want to touch them. You just want to clean them up really good. Leave the original patina on it. If it's pocket worn, leave it alone. Just give it a good edge. Leave it alone. It'll hold its value to an extent. Of course, one of them knives in mint shape would fetch $250 or better. One of them knives in decent shape would fetch about 175, and one that's been tampered with, lucky to get 100 for it. It's like that 1920 case Stockman I got from 1920. It's only worth about 80 bucks because it's been tampered with. Well, it can have all the edge it needs, but you know, when people sand them down, try to take that patina away, you know, and it's not excellent to mint shape. They're not really as much as people think they are. Oh, so I got a few more knives here that I modified. And so far, I'll just leave my favorite ones up. As you can tell, that's my favorite one of the cold steels that I've done. Here's the buck 110 I done with the dyed green tiger maple. With the spine, of course, carved. I haven't cleaned this one in a while. I need to clean the brass again. It's been a while since I've done this, a couple of years. Oh, man. I got some I got red pepper from my garden last year.
Yeah.
When I was tilling, I grabbed the seeds,
Oh.
some peppers that were laying on the ground, and they were the hot chilies.
Oh no.
And I put a bunch in my pocket, and I've been touching my face and my nose,
Oh my god.
and now it's making me gag. And told you, stay away from them peppers. Oh yeah, I never learn, man. I do wear rubber gloves when I can peppers and stuff. Prepare them, especially when I prepare the reapers and habaneros that I grow. And then I told you all I had this one with real gold inside of it. I made these clear scales with real 14 karat gold flake in it. It complements the brass really well. You can see through the scales. See the gold from all directions. And she's carved. Light's not doing me any justice. So, this is my buck 110 personal mod. Not too many people got it. A knife with real gold in it, huh? How long is it going to take for that cake to cool, honey?
You want a bowl?
Yeah, why not? We grew ghost peppers last year. Yeah, I was thinking about growing some of them too, but you know, I mean, I got over 150 pepper plants, man. You know, majority of them are pepperoncinis for canning. Banana peppers, because I like to make banana pepper mustard for all my hot dogs and hamburgers and stuff. And I like frying them on the grill with butter, just like the Mexicans do. And then chilies and some poblanos and stuff for making Mexican cuisine that I enjoy making. Last but least, my favorite one of them all, petrified fish beluga. I'm going to carve the top of that blade, I think, just for shits and giggles since it's powder coated, or DLC coated. But this is the Finnish birch burl, which is getting rarer and rarer over in Finland. But it's such beautiful wood, man. I'm going to do a lot more knives with it. I'm going to do a buck 110 with it. Man, this is one of my favorite knives as well. And the Chinese nailed it with this one. I'm going to go ahead and get me the fixed blade beluga too. They sell that too. And I'll probably mod the handle to match this one. I'm going to have to get some burl now. Get rid of that micarta in the middle. Put some burl on the inside too. I absolutely love this wood. Oils up really well. So that's it. I show some kind of knives tonight. Okay, what do we got? We grew ghost peppers last year and they were hot. Oh yeah. You know what, Charlie too?
Very hot.
Oh man, look at this. The wife brings me. Oh boy.
Steaming hot.
Strawberry rhubarb upside down cake. We made it together tonight. I'll give you all the first bite. Open up. Oh yeah. My God, is that good. Use some old-fashioned vanilla ice cream to go with it. So anyways, Charlie, I was telling you, peppers are dependent on heat. They're heat tolerant, right? And they love heat, not so much for green peppers and a lot of your mild peppers. They're not so tolerant to heat, but the hot ones are. And in fact, if you grow a habanero, say just a habanero or a ghost pepper, in 75-degree temps consistently, well, the pepper ain't going to be as hot as the ones that are grown in 90 to 100 degrees. So the hotter the temperature that the peppers are actually being grown in, the hotter the pepper will actually be. So ideally, you want to plant them so that they mature in the peak of the heat. When that temperature gets to 90 plus, you're going to have some hot peppers. You don't cough when you eat peppers? I don't either, but when it gets down all your orifices, sometimes it makes you cough. But I can eat a habanero right out of the garden. It doesn't bother me because I'm used to eating hot peppers.
Here comes the onion.
But the seeds, just like black pepper, right? You shake it, blow in your nose, and it makes you sneeze.
Here's the silverware.
Doesn't matter how tolerant you are to it. There's my little monsters.
Here's the silverware.
Amy Lou. You heard that silverware, huh?
Wants a bite.
You want a bite?
It's hot though. Don't give her no fruit.
You want a little bite there, girl? There you go. My Bobo says, "Where's mine, Daddy?" It's hot. It's hot, Bobo. There you go, buddy. My babies. Oh, I'm losing my spoon and the dog was going to get a hold of that. Now I'm shaking my damn camera because the cord is... All right, get away from my camera stand, dog.
Come here, babes.
Bo was like, "What? Hey, Bo, no, there's nothing in there but a penny. Get out of there."
Good girl.
Yeah, hi babies. So anyways,
Ooh, get the nose.
turn this light off, conserve it a little bit.
I have to give you some honey.
There we go.
Honey would have been good in there.
Oh yeah. Go back over to my fountain of youth.
Yeah.
See my dogs too. What you finding over there, Emmy? My little chub chub. You can tell she's well fed.
Hey, Emma.
Come on, man. Oh yeah. There's Hootie the owl. Somebody drag racing down the road here. Wow. That's got some power on it. Y'all hear that? Is that a bike? Yeah, that sounds like a Harley, man. Drag racing Harley. What are you doing, little vermits? Huh? What are you doing? You begging from Daddy?
Looking for crumbs.
Man, honey, you're gonna have to give me a bigger piece.
Two pieces?
Have you had some yet?
Oh, I had a bite. It's good.
It's awesome, man.
Yeah, it is.
Mmm. First time I made this with my wife. It's excellent. What do you want? Huh?
Snacks.
Little Miss Floppy Ears. You my cutie pie? Huh? Look at Bobo boys. Look at Bobo boys. He's looking. They want some snaggage here. You want some snaggage, Bobos? Mmm. Mmm. Follow it. Get that bug. Where's that bug?
Where's the bug? Where's the bug go?
That's funny. She gets some stink bugs and he does. He eats them, don't he?
Yeah.
Our male eats the stink bugs.
Then he gives you a big kiss. It's awful.
Huh?
Then he gives you a big kiss.
Yeah, and then he gives you a big kiss. I'll take another piece, honey.
And it's awful.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, is that cake awesome. Mm-mm-mm. I was going to make some chocolate chip cookies, but wife made that last week. I limit myself to one dessert a week. I don't like to consume sugar, so I'm very sparingly with it. Hey, where's my drink at? Somewhere. Look up there, sport. My Dr. Pepper and Diet Dr. Pepper in the big white jug. Okay, everybody quiet. What's up, man? Speak to me, y'all.
Everybody's tired.
Don't be antisocial with each other.
Here you go. Round two.
Round two, baby. Round two. Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, my God. Whew.
Take a
Look at the steam coming off of that.
Take a picture and send it to your mom.
Oh, my mom will go crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She'll be like, bring me some.
Strawberry, rhubarb, upside down cake.
Awesome.
We got to get more rhubarb over there because we can make some jam.
Yeah, you have to go pretty quick because it sells out.
Hello? Anybody commenting on my post, on my live stream here? Anybody alive? Hello?
You turned it off.
I didn't turn it off. Maybe the comments shut off on me.
Good stuff.
said, "What you got, Daddy? What you got, Daddy?" Look at these vermin. They're wanting. What are you drinking, wine?
Yeah.
What are you pointing at?
There's something out there.
Something out there.
Yeah.
Is it mountain lion?
There might be a cat, a raccoon
Raccoon, yeah.
here. Oh yeah, right there, raccoon.
Is it?
See the eyes right there?
Raccoon?
Yeah. He left. There
He
is.
left?
Look at, there he is. See his eyes?
Let me see.
Over
We got
by
a
your
raccoon?
boat. Over by your boat.
Where? By my
By your
boat?
Yeah, his eyes. Gotta be a big raccoon.
Where?
Here he is. He's going in the woods right now. See him? He's going in right there. See his butt? He's right there. Oh, you can't see him now.
I can't see him, no.
He went in the woods.
Oh, boy. Well, I tried to get him. I'm waiting for the coyotes to start yelping. Oh, guy, what's up with this camera?
There's a raccoon.
Emmy Lou. Sorry, folks.
Raccoon, boo-boo.
Okay, I gotta refresh because I don't see comments coming across. Obviously, you guys are probably commenting, and it's not doing anything, so I'm gonna have to refresh this page. I'm not going anywhere. Reconnecting. Reconnected. Okay, I reconnected. Now, where's my comments at? They just totally disappeared.
Oh my God, that's good.
Live chat. Where's my chat? There it is. Okay. So, my phone, as usual, is doing funny motions with me. And I thought you guys were all silent for a while there, and it was my phone not posting what you're saying. Okay. I missed like 30 minutes of comments here. I'm telling you, I'm throwing this phone in the shitter. I'm going to take a shit. And I'm going to throw it in the shitter and shit right on it and flush it. Oh, yeah. The Z Fold. Don't get one, folks. Waste of money.
It broke what? How long did you have it when it broke? 30 days?
30 days in the center. About 30, 40 days, the hinge in the center split the screen and it just went completely out after about a week. Jerry Phillips said hello, Mrs. G-Man.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, it's a relaxing fire.
Very relaxing.
Galena. There's a town called Galena here. We go to it. They have the balloon festival or whatever. What do they call it?
Hot air balloon festival.
Hot air balloon festival. At nighttime, they light up the streets with the.
In October.
It's in October, yeah. They light up the streets, and this is an 300-year-old town with the Victorian buildings all the way down the street, and the hot air tanks in the back of the hayloft with the hot air balloon baskets. They just light the whole street up. It's cool. Town of Galena. They have wineries everywhere there. And wine orchards where they make wine in Galena, Illinois. One of the presidents is from there too, right?
I think so.
John Quincy Adams, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Fat City. I think John Quincy Adams grew up in Galena, Illinois. I think it was him. You like knives? I like knives too, Annabella. They're fun. Phone is ancient. Your phone's ancient, Jerry?
I traded my ancient phone in.
Yeah, Galena, Illinois. I go there every year for the hot air balloon festival in September?
October.
October, yeah. It's a pretty beautiful town. I love how it was the old canal. They built the town in the old canal, or they took the old canal locks out and they used it as a gate into the city. Yeah, John Quincy Adams, I believe. He owned a bed and breakfast uh, house. No, actually, the house he grew up in, it is now a bread and breakfast. You can go there and actually sleep in John Quincy Adams' room.
My president lives in Galena, Illinois.
Jerry Phillips said, "Hello, Mrs. G-Man.
Hello. Read that.
What do you got?" Oh, it's Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th President of the United States, resided in Galena, Illinois. He lived there before, during, and after his presidency, including after his retirement. So yeah, it was Ulysses S. Grant, folks. It's a bed and breakfast building now, and you can go there and sleep in one of the many rooms in it. Me and the wife consider doing it here pretty soon. Yeah, so you Galena. Okay, so you're Galina, or I don't know. How would you say? How do you spell a woman's name? Galina. It's pronounced different than Galena. Galina, honey. Come on.
Galena.
She said it's pronounced differently, so it can't sound like Galena, Illinois.
Gelina?
Galania?
Gelina?
Galania? I don't know.
Gelina.
Greatest Civil War generals. Yep, yep. Ulysses S. Grant.
They're playing. Oh, they're playing.
Galena is a type of rock. Oh yeah, that's the rock they used. The town was actually named after it. Get her, Bo. Get her. Get her, Bo. Get her, Bo. But yeah, they used the Galena rock to build the old I&M Canal that went through the town of Galena, and they actually named the town after the rock itself. That same canal goes through downtown Joliet, which is just north of me, on old Route 66. It was all hand built by the Irishmen. The whole canal was, and along the canal, you'll see many parishes, Catholic parishes. So they made the Irish women made sure their husbands were in church every Sunday by making them build their parishes next to where they worked. So after church, they went right back to work. It was a 7-day-a-week job building that canal by hand. Your name has Greek roots, Cyrillic language, and derived from the Greek. Cool. Opa. Oh, many nights getting messed up on ouzo and sambuca, boy. I tell you what, I went to old Greek town. They had a pitcher of water at each table, man. Keep you from getting a hangover. Well, that didn't work with me. That sambuca tore me up, boy. It's fun too, man. Dancing in front of the bands, you know, the Greek style of dancing. I actually caught on to it pretty quickly. Cyrillic as in Ukrainian Russian. Oh wow, that's cool. So where are you from then? Galena or Galena? Your name is the same as a scary doll? Annabella? Oh yeah. I remember that movie. Make sure my knives ain't. Look at all the bugs dying around my fire pit, boy. It's starting to fill up. They're not getting hot. That's cool. So, opa, man, I tell you, I got a recipe here for making saganaki and
Where's my phone?
what? Your phone?
Yeah, you just had it.
Oh, oh shit, I dropped it. Nope, here you go. So Ulysses S. Grant grew up in Galena, Illinois. So anyways, I was saying, I don't know what the hell was I saying. What was I talking about?
I have no idea.
uh, Justin sending me some pictures while I'm on my live stream here. You have to check them out in a bit. Big Jim in the house is Big Jim in the house. I don't see Big Jim. Where's Big Jim at? Oh, there he is. What up, Big Jim? Well, Big Jim, you're gonna have to get a hold of Billy Ray for me, or Billy, Preacher Man Billy. I had an unexpected expense come in, and I wasn't able to pay for the one knife that I wanted on the auction, and this week I'm gonna send him the money anyways. Brown Sugar's in the house. I got all kinds of fans, honey. Yeah. What are my dogs' names? Oh, I'll call their names. Bobo. That's Bobo, the male. He's half pit bull, half weenie dog. Bo. Hi, baby. Is that light bright? Huh? Is that light bright? Yeah? Look at that head. Big old head like a pit bull. Where'd Emmy go?
Back to bed.
Miami girl, the female. The short, stubby one. She went back to bed. They got wore out in the yard today. Showing my custom mod knives, Jim. The green dyed one I did with the maple burl. Here's the ironwood that you're getting on your knife that I put on this cold steel 4MAX Scout. Same knife wood you're getting. Yeah, they're beautiful. We love them. I paid for the male, but I didn't. I got the female free. But I've always had two dogs because I don't believe any dog should grow up alone. They need a companion just like we do. Emmy, my Emmy girl, we had her first. She was 2 years old. We got Bo at 8 weeks. So Emmy taught her all the bad tricks. Now this one here, Big Jim, this is real 14 karat gold that I poured in the clear epoxy when I made the scales. So it's real gold, brother. I'm looking forward to buying an engraver so I can start doing decorative scroll work and floral work on these bolsters for people. But it's got my carving all the way up the blade and everything. I hate to hear Galena. What? Hate to hear what? Sister's dog was Boba. He crossed over recently and suddenly, oh yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yep, we had our Sadie girl pass away a few years ago on us, so I decided, I got, my buddy asked me if I wanted a weenie pit, and I said, I'll take her. My poor Emmy girl come from a unstable household where the children were kicking her, and the old man went to work and chained her with a heavy chain to a tree. You can see the trail around the tree where the dog would pace every night.
All day.
You know, and then he's got a limp from the kids kicking her. So we got her to rummy us from our
Sadie.
Shih Tzu poodle Sadie girl we used to have. We had her for 14 years.
15.
15. Yeah. And my German Shepherd, she died young. Zoe,
Had cancer.
she had cancer all over her body. She was bred too young and too many times, and I got her for nothing. The sweetest German Shepherd I ever owned. So one dog will heal the next dog's heart. Heal your heart from the last dog. You just keep getting dogs. They heal you quick. He was around just in spirit realm. Yeah, they're around. I believe in reincarnation. I think some of the animals you get, some of the traits of your old animals come in them. I haven't done nothing with this yet, but I'm thinking green ODE, my Cardo with scallop scales on it. This is SR1 Light Tonto, cold steel. I favor the triad lock. I mean, it's the strongest lock on earth. I love these knives. And of course my beluga. Oh yeah. Swedish. This is from Sweden, this wood here. It's called birch burl. The Finnish using on a lot of their puukko knives they make. I'm going to use it on my puukko knives that I make. Since I have Finnish in me. I have Finnish and Irish in me. That's a hell of a mix. My dad said I even got a little Amish in me. I'm like, I don't know about that. Then here's the one I did with carbon fiber copper scales, cold steel, Recon 1. And then of course the Kershaw leak that I painted stripes on, or stars on it, black, carved a spine, all the good stuff. Oh, what'd you say there, Jim? Jerry, how you set unfolding hunters. Never get enough of folding hunters, man. Get one from every company. I'm going to get me some more German ones, man. My quest to get lots of German knives is amongst myself. But I got to do a lot of work on the house here. We decided we might sell. Maybe. The taxes here are terrible. We want to go to North Carolina. Bobo was a good godsend. He came suddenly in time of need and left suddenly. Orchestrated next dog's arrival, I am sure of it. Oh yeah. Best way to heal your heart is to get another dog.
Takes the pain away.
There ain't no living creature on earth love you more than your dog, other than your mother. I just don't get it why a lot of people don't get dogs, or even cats. We've had several cats, probably 5, 6 cats since we've been together.
I only count 3.
3 or 4? Yeah, 3.
4. Oh, I remember the one at
Yeah, the black one and
Graceville, that one.
Yeah.
Called Kitty.
Yep.
She had kittens.
Yeah.
So actually, that's 4.
We've had 4 cats, yeah.
Yeah.
4 cats and 5 dogs together, huh?
2, 4, 5, 6.
6 dogs, yep.
Oh my God.
4 cats and 6 dogs me and my wife's had together in 20 years? 23 years?
2004, so 20.
2004, yeah. It's 21 years. You getting out of here, Fat City? What's up, man? Oh, Jerry. Okay, Jerry is. All right. Go to bed, Jerry. Thanks for stopping in, bud. Appreciate it. So this is just a chill night for me. Me and the wife made some strawberry rhubarb upside down cake tonight, and I just finished 2 pieces of it. And I might have a third here real soon.
Uh-oh.
I think I'm going to save it, though, for some old-fashioned vanilla ice cream I'm going to get with it. To the shop, Jerry says. There you go, buddy. Get her done. I'm not in the South. I grew up my childhood in the South, right next to Louisiana, in Florida. But I live in Chicago. Well, actually, in the country outside of Chicago. I'm about an hour from Chicago. On old Route 66. Get your kicks on old Route 66. We just had this Route 66 corridor, and that happens all the way across the country, the corridor weekend. Everybody sells stuff along Route 66, novelties and collectibles. There's even people selling antique knives and stuff like that. What's up, Gene? That's your husband's favorite pie? Oh, you know it, man. I make strawberry rhubarb pie all the time. But we decided to make strawberry rhubarb upside down cake tonight. It's pretty damn good. I need to make some more pies and freeze them. Put 3 or 4 pies in the deep freezer downstairs, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. But like I said, I treat myself to a sugary treat once a week. That's it. Very minimal sugar intake here. Yeah, this is countryside out here. I got 5.13 acres of land that I'm sitting on. I've got probably 4 acres of wooded land, and then my barn house is on 1 acre that I cut, maintain. I'm no Kid Rock by any means. Over 1,000 acres in Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. Only thing I don't like about Kid Rock is he's pro-Trump. He's a Trump fanatic. I'm like, boy, is he in for a rude awakening. I wouldn't, even if he was a Biden freak, just anybody that's a freak of any president, they learn. Sooner or later, they'll learn. Presidents ain't gonna make this country great again. They're controlled by banks.
Don't start.
I'm not gonna start politics, right? You're right. You're right, honey. I don't need to be talking politics. Fat City. Muscle flag. So anyways, no rants on politics. This is about knives. And I need to do another monitor for myself real soon. To get all you guys all done, I'm going to do myself up a doozer. A banger. Yeah, this is probably my favorite little modern knife. Petrified fish beluga. I love it. So my wife can relate to my YouTube channel. Since she's a YouTube fanatic herself, she's got her farming YouTube channels that she has joined that she absolutely loves and has to watch every day. With the Arms Family Farm and Longhorn Lester.
I like the horses and the.
Then his wife's got From Suits to Boots.
Yeah, I like the longhorns.
She's an Illinois girl.
Longhorns and the horses.
She likes the longhorns and the horses, huh, honey?
Yep.
Well, I could get you a horse if you want a horse.
Oh no.
We're too old to take care of them.
Yeah.
I know how to take care of them, shoe them, and ride them, that's for sure. I used to be a farrier. Back in the day, I shoot horses and trimmed them. Done lots of things in my lifetime. I'm a good old urban cowboy. Yeah. Uh-oh, I'm getting low on cigarettes here, honey. I have to go down and make some more. Why don't you go grab my cigarette machine and bring it up? I'm just kidding. There's my water fountain that I built. If I can zoom in. Come on, go away. Go away, messages. Sometimes I gotta hide the messages in order to. It ain't wanting to zoom in. There we go. There's my fountain. Did you name your owl yet that's sitting in that tricycle?
No,
Is it Woodsy the owl?
no, doesn't have a name.
No. There's my seashells that I collected on the shorelines of the Atlantic Beach and Fort Macon Beach, North Carolina. And a few probably from town of Buxton where Cape Hatteras is. That's where we got married. It's relaxing out here. I sit here. Sometimes coyotes are howling like you wouldn't believe, and it's fun to listen to them. Turn that fire down just a little bit. I could be forging a knife right now in that there fire pit, honey. No, it doesn't get hot enough. I'd have to put a bellows on it and blow some air in it. And that'd probably melt that ring that's going around it. Probably melt the damn fire pit.
Yeah, don't rock the fire pit.
No?
No.
No, no?
No, no.
No, no. Okay. I hid my chats. What's up with that? Okay. Live chat. Here we go. Sorry. Gordon Holmes for president. I'd never run for president because I wouldn't represent you, Fat. And I know better. You become a politician to get wealthy. You don't become to be a constituent of the people of the country. You know, when presidents say that they're going to fix everything, that's all jargon talk. Until you control the Federal Reserve and get them out of this country, nothing's going to change. We have Lake Michigan here, an hour from my house, and then I have 137,000 acres of man-made,
Cooling lakes?
well, cooling lakes, but no, reservoirs for back in the Peabody coal mining days. They coal mined here in Illinois. We were leading producer of coal in 1940 in Illinois, believe it or not. And all them pits turned into lakes. So, and it's all conservation. And then there's clubs. A lot of the clubs were built on these lakes too. So I got like 143,000 acres of water to fish all around my house. The Braywood Cooling Lake's only a mile and a half from my house. And then the conservation lakes are a few miles apart from me. And then I have the Illinois, Des Plaines, and Kankakee River to fish. They all three meet at the same junction, a half an hour from where I live here. I can literally get on the Kankakee River, take it to the Illinois, or Des Plaines, and right into the Illinois, and go straight to the Mississippi, down to Louisiana if I wanted to, in my boat. But that'll never happen. Costs too much in fuel. No, my neighbor has a lake, which happens to be my,
A pond.
a pond. There's a pond, and then right here, where you see these trees, I'm removing them now. This one's got to go. It's dying. And I got like 2 acres right here. I'm gonna make a probably 100-yard long pond. I'm gonna dig a pond here this summer, so I can get the geese to come in. Neighbor's pond, geese land all the time. Ducking the geese. I got turkey in my backyard and white-tailed deer constantly. I still got a little southern accent, yeah. Not much, It comes back though when I go down there. Oh yeah, I'm in North Carolina. I bring it back big time. My wife's best friend lives in North Carolina, so we go down there a lot. Every year we visit them. Take the camper and park it in their backyard for a couple of weeks. Every 4th of July. I'd rather be down there than up here in the 4th of July. Come back, huh? Yeah, now that I'm retired from being a union carpenter here, I'm, you know, made the big money up here for 39 years. I'm going to get the hell out of Illinois. High taxes. I got some neighbors here paying $14,000 a year in property taxes. In my hometown, some people are paying $9,000, $10,000. And I'm out here in the country, agricultural land, and I'm still paying $4,000.
Almost 5.
Almost $5,000. So
700.
I'm gonna go down to North Carolina, pay like
$700 a year.
$700 a year in property taxes. So I'm headed back to the South. I grew up in the South. I'm going back to the South. Keep telling the wife that. Oh yeah. Once a rebel, always a rebel, baby. And believe it or not, the contrary belief, I'm a true-blooded hillbilly. Not everybody in the South is a hillbilly. Some of them claim to be hillbillies, but theoretically they're not. And if you trace the roots of the hillbilly, it was us Irishmen that came from Ireland that were the hillbillies. We brought the whiskey stills with us. We brought the Celtic dance with us, that is now the mountain clog dancing. We brought it all with us. If you're Irish, Fat City, you could be very well a descendant of the hillbillies that came over, yeah. And just so you know where the name hillbilly came from, I probably mentioned this on my page before. My great-grandfather, James Farley, came from Northern Ireland. He was a Scottish-Irish hillbilly. And what it was is the Scottish mixed with the Irish. They migrated to Ireland and they were considered outcasts by the Scottish people. But that said, when the Scots migrated to Northern Ireland, they lived in the hills and they coined them the name the hillbilly. And where the billy came from actually was they were Scottish, but they were still loyal to King William, see? So they were called Billy Boys. The Scots called the immigrants to Ireland Billy Boys. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at houses today in North Carolina, Justin. I seen a nice one for $240,000. I can sell this place for $330,000. Pretty much be in the clear and pay $700 a year in property taxes instead of $7,000. So now you all know the hillbillies came from Northern Ireland to the Appalachian Mountains, and they're the ones responsible for starting the unionization of the coal miners. Mississippi? You want me to come to Mississippi, Jim? I'd love to go to Mississippi, man. But I want to stay away from that water. Not that I'm going to avoid it in North Carolina, but there's Old Mill Creek Road outside of Newport, and it's all evergreens. It's all wooded. It's up my alley, and that's where I'm looking about. They actually put a man-made lake in there too, but it's all evergreens. I can get a 10-acre parcel, and put a modular on it for half the money I sell my place for here, and be set. And then another year and a half, I'll be getting another $2,300 a month of Social Security. I'll really be set. $330 for 5 acres. What's that? Are you asking me? $330 for 5 acres. I've got 5.13 acres of agricultural land, and it was $1,700 a year. And since I bought this place, the person that was paying $1,700 was my mother-in-law. She passed away a couple years, so I bought the property, and they jacked it up another $3,500 a year. And most of that, the realtor told me, or my banker told me, is for the schools. I'm like, wait a second, I don't even have kids in school. Never had kids in school, and I'm paying almost $4,000 a year for kids to be in school to learn absolutely nothing. You know, I think senior citizens should be exempt of taxes. They paid them their whole life, at least property taxes. You know what I mean? And really, technically, if you look at the laws and the law books in Washington, there is no laws making income tax, property tax, and personal possession tax illegal. There's no law that says it's illegal. You can become solvent and not pay these taxes, but you have to give up your Social Security. And I'm too late in the game for that, so I'm not going to become solvent. I'm just going to move to North Carolina and pay $700 a year instead of $7,000. Like I said, my brother was paying $14,000 a year where he lived, up in a ritzy community up north, closer to the city. Some people in Chicago, they pay $21,000 to $25,000 a year in property taxes. Schaumburg, Rosemont, actually. Schaumburg's the second wealthiest city in the United States. Or, not United States, in the Chicagoland area. And they pay more taxes than the people in Chicago do. And Rosemont is near Chicago. They're considered suburban Chicago. But there's folks there that pay 30, 40 grand a year in property taxes. But they also live in 1.9 to $150 million houses all around there. I can't see paying lots for something I can build, you know. Like this place here is a barn I built 20 years ago. It's my house now. You got 3 cuddy lots. We're at in Mississippi. Are they all together? Where you live at, actually? City lots. Oh, okay. I got you. Well, they're not poor bastards. These people make millions a year, so they got the money to pay the taxes. And theoretically, in the United States, there is no more middle class. If you adjust for inflation in the last 3 decades, you would have to make $175,000 a year to be in the middle class. So when they say the middle class is suffering, the middle class is this, middle class, there is no middle class. Y'all are now in what they call the working class. And then there's the working poor, and then there's just the poor. So the baby boomers lived the wealthiest generation, period, hands down. They got more for their dollar. They got more for their pension. You know, they got more everything. And now they're all retiring at the same time, and it's costing the government billions of dollars. Medicare, Medicaid, and all that other shit. That instead of investing it properly, the state of Illinois, they're blowing it. They're spending it. You know, this is like one of the Illinois and California are two of the most corrupt states in the United States, and they're both Democratic. So what's that tell you? But you know, despite of the politics part of it, it's just they've always been Democratic. But if you look at the Republican states now, it takes less to live, but yet has the poorest people in the country. Democratic states have the wealthiest people in the country. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I had 10 acres in Medina, Tennessee, just south of Jackson, Tennessee, which is directly south of Paducah, Kentucky, and directly south of Springfield, Illinois. So you draw a straight line from my house to my property in Tennessee. I had 10 acres that I paid $300 an acre for. I paid $3 grand for 10 acres about 28 years ago. And my taxes on it, even today, are like $200 a year because it's all wooded property. It's one of my cash crops down there. And you ask me, what do I mean by cash crop? Well, a lot of people don't realize this. You know, being a carpenter and a master woodworker, I know a lot about wood. A cash crop would be something that you grow on the property that's going to make millions of dollars when you before you turn around and sell the land, if I sell it. But I probably have about $3.5–4 million worth of black walnut trees growing on the property. So when I harvest it, I have a nest egg waiting. I started that 25 years ago. And it'd be wise for anybody to buy 10 acres of fertile land they can put a cash crop on. Because black walnut is always a necessity with woodworkers and construction trades and designers. I mean, black walnut is gold when it comes to wood. You know, that's all I need. Cash that crop out and I'm good. A lot of people don't think about that. Well, if you're young, if you're in your early 40s, I highly consider it now. In 20 years, they'll be mature and you can cash crop out. No, don't have to. Black walnut grows just fine on its own. I do have some folk down there in the hills growing their weed on my land. See, if you don't live in the state and you own the land, if there's weed being grown on it, you have no responsibility whatsoever. It's usually locals growing the weed on somebody else's land. But I do have an old boy down there by the name of Bondo, works in a body shop there, just outside of Medina. He looks over it for me, make sure there's no really major riffraff on it and everything else. 7,500 folks, lots of jobs within 30 miles. Live 25 minutes from Gulf of America. Casino jobs are abundant. We have 3 river boats here, 4 counting the one in Indiana. And we got the Harris, the Empress, we've got the Imperial. You know, there's lots of casino jobs here. I live in a small town of 5,800 people, and 2,700 of them are related to me because I got the biggest family in Wilmington. My grandpa had 9 sisters and 7 brothers. And my grandfather's brother, my actually my great-grandfather Jake's brother Pete, they had 21 kids. So if you live in Wilmington, sooner or later you'll be related to me. What's up, Paul? Yeah, I cash crop in Tennessee. That's all I want. I don't want to cash crop anywhere else. You know, I mean, $200 a year for the, for taxes. I mean, come on. It's gonna net me about $2.5 million when I'm ready to cash it out. That's something you need to look into, Fat City. Get you some land that's fertile. Go down there, plant a bunch of walnut trees. The more land you got, the more trees you plant, the more money you're gonna have when you pull the plug. A lot of people don't look at that as a diversified investment towards a portfolio or just as a cushion outside of a portfolio. You know, I would look into it. Your early 20s, I would definitely start a cash crop, Fat City. What's going on, Paul? I'm chilling on my porch. Playing with my knives, of course. I got my petrified fish beluga here. Just fidgeting, they call it, right? The fidget factor. Yeah. So, did you get that, Fat City? Did you hear me? Speak to me. Wake up from my nap. Yep, I hear you there. I'm yet to get my nap, that's for sure. What time is it right now? Let's see what the Seiko says there. 11:06. Seiko? Casio, I'm sorry. This is my Casio. It's my one that I don't care to use and abuse when I'm working on the yard and stuff. Yep, so I woke up today about 10:30, 11 o'clock after being live too long last night. And I decided instead of working on a roof, I'm going to go work on my yard. I got 80-mile-an-hour winds here that blew down a couple big-ass tree limbs. I had to cut them up. Took me about 40 minutes to get them cut up and removed. And then I had to cut my grass. About 1.3 acres of grass I had to cut. So I got that done in an hour and a half. And then I washed everything, including my truck. And then I decided I got to start my garden. So I got a garden about, I don't know, probably 85 feet wide and 125 feet long. I tilled it. Then I cleaned everything up with the garden hose and put it all away. So I got a lot done today. I still got to do the weed eating around my trees and stuff. But that's tomorrow's fun. Sunday's family day for me. I go see my parents. Both of them are remarried, so I go visit my mom for a bit, and then I go see my dad. It's a family tradition. With my mom, we used to go to church and go straight to Grandpa's house for dinner every Sunday, or actually lunch. But if we weren't we weren't in church on Sunday. We weren't welcome to Grandpa's house afterwards. So everybody showed up. Everybody was at his house after church. It's funny how all that changes, ain't it? Now that Grandpa's dead, everybody's ignoring everybody. My name's Gordon. Can you do the cash crop thing now with current prices? Sure. I mean, with monetary inflation, when I started my cash crop, one black walnut tree would only yield about, I would say probably about $600. Now today you can't even buy a 2-inch slab for a live edge table for less than 800. So just one walnut tree at about a 3.5-foot span wide or greater, you're looking at approximately, I'm trying to do the math here, $3,700 a tree. And some, depending on how wide it is at the base. So, you plant 1,000 trees on, you can plant 1,000 trees on 5 acres. You plant 2,000 trees on 10 acres, add it up. With monetary inflation, the more Washington spends money, the more expensive it gets to live, the higher things raise, the cost of goods go up. Yet the government's expense costing us $7,000 a year more to live every year because they borrow money like candy and don't have no GDP growth, can't pay it back. We're getting footed the bill. So with the monetary inflation stated, your cash crop, my cash crop could double in another decade at the rate the monetary inflation is going. Big Jim, would you be interested in me giving you a few slips for your giveaway? Yeah, I'm going to make some for Jim too. Let us know ahead of time. I mean, I'm sure you are with your videos, when you're going to actually do this giveaway. I want to make sure I can get them done and get them to you before then. You sleeping too fat? Your sleeping is out of whack. Hopefully it will get back on track. Well, like I said, Fat City, you're lacking magnesium, buddy. Get some oil, start spraying it on your skin when you wake up in the morning, every day. Have your daily allowance of magnesium and your sleep patterns will go back to normal. 80, 90, 85% of people, almost 85% of people, lack magnesium. It's one of the most beneficial nutrients that your body needs. And everybody has all these health issues because they lack omega-3s, they lack magnesium, they lack potassium, they lack iron. They don't eat enough protein, and they're just fueling up with sugar. And they wonder why they're having all these problems. Get that magnesium oil and spray it on yourself. I got a bottle next to my bed. I wake up, I spray it on, I'm good. Absorbs right through my blood instantly. And it also, in less than 2 minutes, I'm sorry, not 10, less than 2 minutes, if you cramp up, it's lack of magnesium. You put that magnesium oil on the cramp, in less than a minute, that cramp's gone. You don't believe me? Try it. Yes, both of y'all. Okay. Barlow, what city are your lots in? Probably in Wiggins. He lives in Wiggins, so if it's lots, it's got to be in the town. So I'd imagine it's probably next to him or close by. Now I want to go to Wiggins, Mississippi. Take my camper down there and Visit the boys in Wiggins, Mississippi. I've been through Mississippi a couple times. Never had a purpose to stop anywhere back then. Man, is it getting cool out here or what? It dropped 2 more degrees. It's 56 now. 56 now. It was 92 today. No, today was only like 81 at the most. But yesterday was 96. The oldest part of Wiggins, Mississippi. Old as you, Jim? You're old as dirt, ain't you? I'm just kidding, buddy. So yeah, this is my relaxing spot here, off the back of my barn house. You can see my barn house here. That's the gambrel on there. I got the patio doors coming out here on the deck. I built the deck so the dogs couldn't jump off of it, and I made my water fountain there so I can hear the water running. And we got a little hummingbird that comes up every night. I'm going to plant my herb garden now, all the way along the outside of the handrail. So when I cook, I come out here and grab me some cilantro or some basil or parsley or whatever I need. Every year I do it. And I still got herbs left over from last growing season. I grow an abundance of them so they'll last me till the next season starts. Big difference when you cook food with real herbs versus herbs in a can. Big difference. Food cooked in a can just doesn't compare to the real deal. There's a good DJ in San Francisco that went by DJ Pollywog. Hey Pollywog, what's up, bud? Another motorcycle. As you can tell, you don't hear much traffic where I live, especially at night. My closest neighbor's next to me here. He's probably 150 feet from me, and he's got 6 acres like me. But now the other neighbor, he's 1,000 yards from me, and he's in the woods, and he's probably got 60 acres, I think, next to us, adjoining our property. And I got some conservation property adjoining the back of my land. So I can hunt in my yard and go into the conservation area and hunt too. All they need is a permit to do it. But and one thing about Illinois, you can't bait wildlife here. You can't bait the white-tailed deer. You can't put a salt lick up. You can't put apples out. You can have apple trees, but you can't put piles of apples. You can put grains, but you got to grow them, and you can't stack them. Grains that whitetail like to eat. Yeah, I mean, I probably got 5 neighbors in a mile around me. I mean, I'm going to plant some evergreen trees along the ditch in the front of my property so nobody can see in. That's about what my driveway is, about 4/10 of a mile. But I got a big circle drive. My wife walks around it 4 times. She's done a mile. If it was up to me, I'd be living in northern Alaska. you know, I might have a winter house in northern California or northern Montana, but probably northern California, a little bit warmer. But my wife, she don't want nothing to do with Alaska. I can live the rest of my life living off the land in Alaska, trapping and hunting and fishing and you know raising and creating my own food sources. I'd be just happy the rest of my life doing that. It kind of sucks, Paul, but hey, you got to make the wife happy too. She's got to have her stores close by. Plus, too, man, shipping things into Alaska is ridiculous. I would definitely, as a carpenter, mill my own lumber there and make whatever I want off the land. It's like if I go down to Tennessee and my 10 acres down there, I could make a house out of black walnut if I wanted to. Exactly. Alaska was sold by the Russians. Or sold to us by the Russians. Now they regret it. What are you, about 300 miles from Russia? From Alaska? Oh, he's talking Polywog? I'm sorry. What's up, Keith? How's it going, brother? Chilling on my patio deck with my other bonfire pit. What did you ask me about Alaska? No, I didn't ask you nothing, I don't think. I was just saying Alaska was sold to the United States, I think, by Russia, wasn't it? If I can remember right. My son had a gender reveal, blasted 30 rounds of Tyrannite. Neighbors called. They thought house blew up. Thought the house blew up. Tyrannite's awesome to shoot with the rifles, man. It's fun. You know when you hit it, that's for sure. Some Russians want it back, but they're not gonna get it back. What kills me up north from me, about half an hour or better, there's homes literally like 20 feet apart from one another. I mean, no thanks. I'm not gonna sit in my living room and hear my neighbor fart when he goes to bed. No, it ain't gonna happen. Devil's Tower. That's in Wyoming, ain't it? Devil's Tower. Devil's Tower, north of Cheyenne. Cody, I think. I can't remember. My family lives in Douglas, Wyoming. Looks like a big tree stump. You know it does. Yep. I bet you I surprised you all going live tonight, didn't I? No hot dogs. No, me and the wife made strawberry rhubarb upside down cake tonight. And I just had a couple pieces here live earlier. I'm fixing to go in there and get me another piece. I need some old-fashioned vanilla ice cream, though, to go with it. I'm out. Oh, yeah. The neighbors are all quiet, but they're aging baby boomers. Nosy as heck. Oh, yeah, they are, ain't they? But watch out for each other. Men are the nosy ones. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not in the city life. I don't know how when I got out of the service, I ended up living in Joliet for 7 years, which is a town of like 480,000. Is house upon house, compacted on house, compacted on house. I lived in the cathedral side of that town, which is the old Victorian home area. So it was manageable for a while, and then I had to get out of that town. It was getting so congested and crowded, and I came back to my roots in the country out here where I grew up at. Yeah, have a good night, Pollywalk. I think my wife went to bed. Yeah, it's past her bedtime. It got awful quiet in that living room. Yep, she had enough. She goes to bed about 10:30 every night. 10:30, 11. She gets up at 7, take dogs out in the morning. Not me, I like to sleep till noon. On the weekends anyway now. Now that I'm doing a side job, I gotta get up at 7 now myself. Yeah, I mean, technically, I think Joliet's about the furthest south of Chicago of being actually called a suburbial Chicago. There's a lot of towns around Chicago that's called suburbial Chicago, like Schaumburg and Naperville and Orland Park and Fox Valley and Joliet, Shanahan, Minooka, considered the greater Chicagoland area. Nope, Paul, the roof ain't done yet. I'm halfway there. I'm doing it by myself, man. I fired my brother-in-law. He's no longer helping me. So my wife's helping me hand sheets up to me, and it's going kind of slow, but I'll have it done in 3 days. But more money to me. I got a buddy I ordered metal for his pool house roof I built him a couple weeks ago. I got to go back up there and put that on, but that's only a day project. Small little roof on the side of the house for his pool. The boneheads that built it originally did too flat of a slope on it, and it ended up rotting up and getting all wet. And so I framed it into the actual roof structure itself, so it's continuous flow off the house. And he wanted a metal roof on it, despite the shingles. That's on it now. I'm 60 years old. I was born in 1965. What you talking about there, Keith? Rangefinder for hunting? Or for climbing? So you're right there in Wyoming, huh, Keith? How tall the tower is? Oh, yeah, yeah. You're talking about the one in Wyoming, right? That's up near the Grand Tetons, if I'm correct. I can't remember. Yeah, my uncle's got the biggest buffalo in the last 50 years shot in the state of Wyoming, in the country. He took a drawing on a buffalo hunt, and they don't give many of them out every year. And he shot a 2,300-pound buffalo. I think it was 21-inch horn on it. It's like one of the biggest buffalo shot in the country in over 50 years. Like registered 14th biggest in the world. He shot it with a 7mm Remington at about 400 yards. Probably less than that, 350, somewhere around there. In the Grand Tetons, that's where he shot the buffalo. 500 yards high. So basically, what, 1,500 feet tall? I don't think it's that tall. That's taller than Sears Tower. If you include the lower land, it probably is. It's a climb on land just to get up to it. Oh, maybe it is 500 yards. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I haven't been there since I was a kid, but I go to Douglas all the time, so I'm in Douglas all the time. I only been to that tower one time. I can hear you, Jim. Got Shat Morgan out of the load today. That's cool. Send me a picture of it. Or did you have it in a video today? Yeah, I caught a little bit of one of your videos. I was driving and you popped up, and wasn't really able to listen much to it. I'm gonna go watch it again. Oh, the climbers, that'd be cool. One in the Middle East, I think. What's that? What's in the Middle East? Yeah, that's a picture up there, ain't it, Jim? That was pretty fast. I got him right away. It's a cool looking knife, that's for sure. Tallest building, I was wondering where and how high. Well, I think the Sears Tower used to be the tallest, but the tallest one now is in China, and I think it's over 1,500 feet. So that would be over 500 yards tall. They got one in Shanghai that's supposed to be taller than the Sears Tower now. I think the Sears Tower is like 1,200 some feet, 1,250, something like that. 30s, 40s, huh? That's a user. Yeah, the Sears Tower in Chicago was the tallest building for many, many decades since it was built. And then China came up with that double tower in Shanghai. It's like well over. It's in the clouds, man. On a good day, Sears Tower's in the clouds too. The cool thing about Sears Tower now, they got up on the observation deck. You can go out and onto a glass pane where there's nothing but drop below you. You can see under your feet all the way to the street. Some people are too scared to do it. China's got the tallest one in the world right now. They spent the money. They got it done. It's in the clouds, dude. What I don't recall ever going to seeing one in the Middle East when I was over there, but just didn't think about it back then. I don't think, and I still don't know where one's at there. I'd have to do a little research on it now. But from what I understand, China owns the record now. I mean, you can Google it and find out yourself, but and I just might do that to make sure my facts are straight too. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta look for my drink. I need to make some coffee. Okay, I'm back. I had to get me another piece of this. Oh man, this is my third piece. Strawberry rhubarb upside down cake, baby. Oh man. You know nothing about knives? I have one. My father's old Soviet ones, but it doesn't look fancy. So where are you from, Galena? Galena, or it's interesting that we all share a common trait from all around the world. Bulldog brand. Far superior to any case knife made. Of course, the most sought after and successful case knives ever made were by Jim Parker and the Bulldog, or the Germans, or actually by Jim Parker and Bluegrass Cutlery, the case classics, best damn case knives ever made. So you got a Bulldog knife, good deal today? That's cool. Soviet Ukraine, USSR, but it doesn't exist any longer. I lived here over 30 years now. That's cool, Galena. So are you one of the Putin supporters? Because, I tell you what, if I lived there, I would be. I heard he has like an 85% approval rating by the people of Russia. But, hey, that war over that land in Ukraine, that's been going on for hundreds of years, hasn't it? Best knife you got in your whole collection, Paul. Parker brand Bulldog knife. What's TRM, Jim? Man, I gotta get close to the spire. I'm getting a little nipply over here. I got this darn light on. I'm gonna turn this light off. Oh, there we go. I'll move my camera over here. See if I can get that fire in there. Boy. I gotta warm myself up. Turn this bad boy up. Oh, there we go. It's on fire. You can see the fire now in the window, right? In the door. Move the camera over here. A couple days ago I got it. Fits in the hand like a glove, he says. They make quality knives, but they're a little expensive. Well, not really. I mean, man, look at all these chats I'm missing. My damn phone just does not want to put these chats through for me. Yeah, they make quality knives, but a little expensive. That little expensive is better than a lot of expensive a case knife, to tell you the truth. Asking yourself, you have to remember the USSR was not just Russia, it was 15 different countries, so I am from Ukraine. Oh, I got you. Okay. So it's always been a fight for the land for the USSR in Russia. Russia's been fighting for all the land surrounding them, I think, right? I don't know. I'm just trying to guess. Ooh, that thing switched on me. Ooh. Turn it down a little bit. There we go. I just like to know a little bit what's up around there. Crispy. Daddy is here making some stuff with leather. Are you? Daddy. Who's Daddy are you? That's what I want to know. I use the fire to light my cigarette. What's up, Crispy Critter? Mustard G-Man laughing out loud. Crispy, you have any TRM knives? Why do I get thrown by that dumb initial? TRM. What the hell does TRM stand for? Am I missing something here? Russia was always dominant during Soviet times. All the best of each country went to Moscow. Ukraine is land rich, has its best black soil known as Knosym. Tastiest apples, corn, you name it. That's cool. Well, here in the United States, in the state of Illinois, is the tastiest sweet corn you'll eat anywhere in the world. Well, in the United States anyway. I don't know about the world. Russia probably has some better corn. I'll never know because I never had any there, but that'd be cool if I could. I always wanted to go to Russia. Maybe one day I will. Ukraine. I like to visit Ukraine. I was all over the Middle East. Baghdad to Ghazi to Kuwait City. Spent 3 nights in the Royal Palace. Do I like Trump? What's it like about him? What's it like about any president? Nothing. I never liked Trump before he became president, and I damn sure don't like him now. And the main reason why I don't like him, it had nothing to do about politics. The main reason why I don't like Trump is what he did to his brother. And he'll pay the price when it's his time. If you know the history of his family, you'd understand what I'm talking about. Hillbilly, no politics. I'm not speaking politics. Somebody asked me if I like Trump, so I just gave him my honest opinion. I hated him before he was a politician, or tries to be a politician. But ain't nothing about politics with him that I hate. Majority of what I hate about him is himself and what he did to his family. But if you know the history about the man, you'd understand what I'm saying. Nothing to do with politics. Paul smoking a fatty. Yeah, maybe I should roll up one, huh? I got some weed downstairs. I'm known to take a puff here and there about once a month. Why is U.S. corn all sweet? Where is the non-sweet one? Well, the majority of U.S. corn isn't sweet. It's field corn, and it's used for everything around the world. In fact, China's our biggest customer. Well, was our biggest customer. They bought 68% of our corn production. And we produce the most corn than any nation in the world. But we do have what's called sweet corn here that, that's made for the eating market. And in Illinois, you're not going to beat sweet corn in Illinois. And if you all doubt me, I'll send you some. I'll send you some good old Illinois sweet corn, and you can judge yourself. You can put it up against any corn you buy in your neighborhood. Oh yeah, you rolling a cigarette instead? Oh, Jim was talking about a fatty. Back in our time, a fatty was a hog leg or a gator tail. In Ukraine, all corn sold was non-sweet. Yeah, it's just like the majority of the production of corn here. It's not sweet either. It's field corn. It's used for making corn products and food, sweeteners for foods. Corn's heavily used for making high fructose corn syrup, right? Makes good shine. Who makes good shine? It was us Irishmen that brought that shine to you. If it wasn't for us Irishmen, there wouldn't be no shine producers in this country. But yeah, corn makes great shine. A lot of that shine too, man. You gotta watch it. A lot of them Billy boys down there in the hills. They drink a little too much of that shine, and the lead content and that shit does them in big time. Oh, there's Claude. We're talking about hillbillies and corn and knives and corn on a cob. Oh no. I'll be live here this summer. I'll be cooking corn on a cob right in the grill. I'll be smoking corn right inside that grill. Oh yeah. And it's called sweet corn here. The best sweet corn here is called calico corn. It's a mix of white and yellow corn. And man, is it good. Some people here will take regular sweet corn. It's already sweet. And they'll boil it in sugar water. Oh yeah, I'm going to bring you some of that Illinois sweet corn, Claude, that you grew up on. I bet you miss it, don't you? Yes, Claude grew up his teen years in the state of Illinois. He wasn't always a rebel. He was a Yankee first. Picks for Jim? Okay. I'm going to go get my coffee. I got it brewed up. I got some Folgers in my cup. That's the best part of waking up. I ran out of Deep South coffee, so I gotta settle for the Folgers now until I get more. Be right back. Oh yeah. Had to get me a nice warm couple Java here to warm me up. It's cool too, Claude. In the conversation, I'm having a conversation with a young lady from Ukraine, which is always nice because you don't always get the facts when it comes across the air in the United States. And it's good to hear the opinions of people from the source and from the rest of the world on how things actually are. And I will tell people, despite outside of politics with the U.S. government, a lot of people don't understand this either in the United States, is how the banks, the banking cartel, the International Monetary Fund that they probably own, the IMF probably now owns Ukraine's monetary system, as they do like 238 industrialized countries, including the United States. So our government has a knack for setting up our military worldwide and controlling financial assets for the International Monetary Fund, the cartel of international bankers that own and control the finances and monetary funds of all these governments in all these countries around the world. In fact, we wouldn't have to worry about having a wall put up along Mexico to keep the Mexicans and the South Americans and everybody else out if our banks didn't and our government didn't go down to these countries and set up shop and literally steal the production of their goods, like the coffee and the beans and the bananas. It was all taken over by the monetary system. And they used our military to protect it all. So what goes on in this world is all one big lie. Most people are clueless to how the United States government has militia fighting groups around the world that do their dirty work that never even makes it back to the press. Millions of people die every year for the greed of these international cartels that we so claim protect. So hearing the truth from somebody that lives over in these different foreign countries is pleasing to me. I've always been about the truth. I want to know what's going on in the world. You know, and that's why I hate government so much and could care less about politics, because they're not there for us. They're there for the banks. The banks own it all. They own everything that's important throughout the world. All the important land, all the money, all the gold. You don't. I got my coffee, Jim. I'm good to go now. I got folders in my cup. I got to get some more Deep South, buddy. Send me some pictures, Paul. I want to get them. I'll check them out right away. Jim sent mine. Sent me some pictures, and you know, you all want to send me a picture of what you carried today, or what you got new. I'd like to see it. I just put you on hold a second and come back. I don't stay away too long. All of my life, they're still and speak Russian. My Ukrainian is poor. Russian was dominant during Soviet times. I'd like to learn Russian, but I heard Russian's really hard to learn. It's harder than learning French. It's good to know a few different languages. I got a cousin that she knows. She actually speaks 7 different languages. She's born and raised here, you know, my hometown, Wilmington, Joliet area, and she was a supermodel. She went to Italy to model for the hairdressers magazines that were sold around the world. So she lived there now most of her life. After her teen years, leaving here for the model agency, she's lived in Italy and France most of her life, and she speaks Italian, French, Spanish, English, and I think she said she speaks German or something. I don't know. Russian is a very flexible language. It is worth it to read classics in Russian. I know how to say a word in Polish. Dupa guptak. It's really a stupid word. Dupa. Dumb. Dupa. Guptak. Dumbass. How do you say dumbass in Russian, if you don't mind? Because I like to use it on a few of the people that post here. No, I'm just kidding. I would like to know how to say dumbass. I could speak it in 3 other languages too. One thing I do want to learn is Irish, you know. I want to speak fluent Irish because that's where my ancestors are from. Scottish Irish. They were the true hillbillies that came to the United States. Everybody who lives in the South in the United States is not a hillbilly. They just consider them that. Most of the people in the country call people from the South hillbillies when less than 50% are actually true-blooded hillbillies. But it's, you know, hillbilly blood's in my in its culture, and it is a culture. It came from Northern Ireland. You know, was shared with me with my great grandfather. I knew him till I was about 14 years old, and then he passed away. The stories he's told me, I'll never forget them. And he worked in the coal mines in the Appalachian Mountains. He was a coal miner, and then he came up here in like 1913 to work on the power lines. Built the big steel towers that carried power across the country. after the coal mining dried up where he was working. He came here to, you know, before the power lines, he came here to coal mine too. Illinois was the leading producer in coal in the Peabody's coal mine company in the early 40s. A lot of people don't know that. But you can look it up, and it's true. A lot of the towns around here were named after the coal mines. We actually even had a diamond mine here. One of the towns is called Diamond, Illinois. And then we got Coal City. It was named after the mining was done. But the first coal mines that were struck here in Illinois, where I live, here in Wilmington, were on Strip Mine Road. And that road was named after the strip mines that they created, mining for the coal. I've actually got receipts of how much them guys made back in the day, in the 40s. I got check stubs here from the 40s, early 40s when they were mining. These guys were literally working 98 to 120 hours a week, but they were bringing home $700 to $800 a week. You know, that was more than what most made in a month back in the 40s. Politics separate, U.S. regular people are same everywhere. That's right. We're all human beings from one race, the human race. You know, and people are not born a racist. People are raised to become a racist. You know what I mean? In this country, the great country of the United States, of what it used to be great, is that, you know, it's an immigrant nation. All ethnicalities and races across the land, you know. It's not like Ireland, you know, where it's predominantly Scottish and Irish, right? No, United States is the mutt land. But going to cuss us out of Russian. What? Did you get me, Galena? How do you say dumbass in Russian? I just want to know. Like I said, I know dumbass in 3 different languages. I like to add a 4th. I could say cheers, you know, toast, cheers, skole, trost, nostrovia, you know, bottoms up. I could say that in several different languages. Cheers, nostrovia. Irish is skole. Bottoms up. She's still here. Glania is still here. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Glania? U.S., Canada, and Australia are all what land? Oh yeah, Canada was started by the British, and you know why? This was predominantly speak French, but Canada was started by the British, and the reason behind it is because the British loaned our forefathers the money to start our own country. Even though we fought against them, they ended up borrowing money from them, our forefathers did, to create this country. And they built Canada so they can babysit them. And they still haven't paid them back. But you don't see Canadians trying to rush into America like you see the southern folks from the south, you know, South America up to Mexico, trying to rush in the United States. Because we've always known better than to rip off their economies. Because them British, like I said, loaned the money for us to start this country. You don't get that in a history book either. Pronounce it as Galena. Galena? Is that right? Pronunciation. Galena. Not Galena, but Galena. He said it didn't. It wasn't pronounced like the town of Galena in Illinois. Okay, so Tupista, which means obtuse. It's one of my favorite places, John. Galena, Illinois. We go to the balloon festival every fall and get some fine wine from the wine vineyards there. I'm going to go to the bread and breakfast, the president's home. The General Lee, I said. I want to go there and stay a night in his home that he grew up in. Where in Illinois am I? I'm on old Route 66, Route 53, south of Chicago, 1 hour. Small town called Wilmington. Wilmington. Not Wilmington, South Carolina. Not Wilmington, Delaware. Not Wilmington, Washington. You're in a small town, 700 people in Shipman, Illinois. I've been through there several times. Where's the good knife stores at, Paul? I'm going to go down there and rob you from them. I hit another Ace Hardware over there in the town of Seneca. Not one case knife for sale in it. Not all Ace Hardware sell them anymore. But back in the day when I was a kid, every one of the Ace Hardwares had case knives. And the reason why I look for them and I go to them is because some of them old stores have 20-year-old knives in them. Brand new in the box, never been sold, still in there for the same price what they listed them for back then. I mean, I've got some Stockmans for like 28 bucks. You know, $100 Stockmans today that are 20 years old for like 28 bucks. And some, I've got a couple Trappers, 32 bucks. Brand new, unused, unopened. Sat there for 20 years. Hi, Blossom Moonlight. What's up? That is really a small town, though, 700 in Shipman. And there's a lot of them southern farm towns, you know. They're just, you know, what's cool is I've done a lot of remodel work in some of these southern farm towns, too, on some of the old farmhouses. And that's how a lot of these small towns are created, from farmers. And it's crazy because most of them older homes, you know, built 200 years or less, give or take 200 plus or less. A lot of them had big bay windows in them, you know, because when somebody in their family died, they would have the funeral services in their own home. So the floors were all ornate with tile, you know, and beautiful stained glass windows around the bay window in some of these old homes in these small towns. So I found that out when I was remodeling one of them. You know, I got told the story about that. That's pretty cool. Well, Wilmington's population is 5,800, and like I said, 2,700 of them people are related to me. What, Jerry? It's pronounced like Galena. It's still a beautiful name. Galena. If I had a girl, I'd name her Galena. I really would. If I had a kid, I never had any, so it won't happen now. But I'm shooting blanks now. We all know how beautiful them Russian and Ukrainian women really are. We get a lot of medial outreach posts that show you could be dating a Russian Ukrainian woman. That would be cool, man. If I wasn't married, I truly think the Russian women are some of the prettiest women in the world. And I'll tell you what, I'm Dutch on my mom's side, and I'm Irish, Scottish on my and English on my father's side. So it's like them Dutch women are tall and they're beautiful too. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and usually 6 foot tall. Zana, huh? Russian for Jonah. Oh, that's cool. Zana. I'm going to have to remember that. If I get a female dog, I'm going to have to name her Zana. I remember where that came from. It's cool, guys. Ain't this cool, guys? We could talk to somebody around the world and have a great conversation and learn some stuff. And is there anything here you'd like to learn from us here in the States, Alina? We'd be happy to share it with you. You can ask me anything, like what's their favorite pastime here, what most people like to do. Oh, you live here too in the United States? Oh, but you grew up in Ukraine, speaking Russian. Okay, I got you. Where are you at then, if you don't mind me asking you? You don't have to tell me exactly where, just what state you in. 30 years. You've been in North Carolina 30 years now, huh, Paul, or Claude? Maybe California, okay. Oh, man. What possessed you to move to California? Well, it is closer to Russia than any other, in Ukraine than any other town you go to. You need to move up north to Washington. That's pretty. There's too many weirdos in California. I'm just kidding. Northern California is beautiful. But I can't stomach anybody from LA all the way through San Francisco. I just don't like being around them. I don't like their ways in that part of the state. Yeah, Northern California is beautiful. Yep, I hate Southern California too. And in fact, halfway down the state, I don't like any of them states. I wouldn't live in Arizona to save my ass. You know, if you can't have oceanfront property in Arizona, I don't want to be there. To go where she was initially. You know, it was cool going there. You know, it's cool to visit, but no way in hell would I live in them rolling hills of San Francisco. Nope. I mean, you imagine the kids that got beat up, bruised up, and road rash on their bicycles being kids there. Too many hills, man. If I live in the Appalachian Mountains, I'd be down in the holler. I wouldn't even go up in the hills. I'd have shine set up somewhere, and that'd be about as far as I go. Wine country is nice, yeah. It's beautiful to see all them vineyards down there. Northern California wanted to become a separate state. Well, you know, state of Texas was owned by Mexico. It was at one time was its own state or its own country, separate from the United States. Texas was. They had their own currency too. At the time the original colonies were formed here in the United States. Oh man, this coffee's warming me up. I just realized my cat couldn't drink water out of her big bowl because she has a cone on. You just now realize that? Oh, that's funny. Uh-oh. Here's some coyotes off in the distance. I've been there once, yeah. I've been in every state in the country except for Maine. Every state. I've been probably to 30 of them, 3 times or better. I did a lot of travel in the military and with family. I got family across the country. And I've been to Arizona several times, Arizona, because I got family in Arizona, even to this day. There's a lot of Andines down there in Mesa. That's my mom's family. New Amsterdam because it was Dutch colony. Yeah, I believe that, you know, during the colonial days, the 13 original colonies. I know the British and the hillbillies didn't get along, you know, when the hillbillies came from Ireland. In fact, George Washington recruited the hillbillies to win the war for him because he knew they're the meanest, honoriest, toughest son of bitches ever to live off the land in the world at the time. And basically, when the British went to the mountains to try to fight against them, they slaughtered them. They slaughtered the British. British could not live off the land in the mountains. In the, you know, the Scottish and Irish, they couldn't stand the Brits. Even to this day, they can't stand the Brits. You don't want me down there? Shit. That's not what you were saying earlier. You want me to come down there so bad you can taste it. Claude says, and North and South Carolina used to be one state. Oh, I believe it. Is that why there's 2 Wilmingtons, one in North Carolina, one in South Carolina, Claude? They're both close to each other too, ain't they? I live in Wilmington here in Illinois. The one you used to come to chasing women back in your day, your teen years. You know, you come to Wilmington to chase the girls, didn't you? Claude was there before the Civil War? No, I don't think Claude was there before the Civil War. Claude's only been there 30 years out of 59 years. How old are you now, Claude? 59, 60? Or ain't you a year older than me? I can't remember. Hey, there's Yukon Bob, y'all. He's an Alaskan boy there. He probably got some stories about the Russians coming in, don't you? Yukon Bob. You ever visit any Russians when they come in? We got a fine gal in here tonight. She's Ukrainian, Russian descent. She's giving us a history lesson of how things are and were, so we're not lied to here. How's it going, brother? Oh, man, you know what? Did you get that slip I sent you? Yukon? Because I sent it the other day. I accidentally forgot that I had a couple more slips underneath my clipboard, and I finally sent them off yesterday. Just wonder if you got it yet. Same age as me, 60. Okay. 38 years now. Yeah, I was gonna say because let me see. Yeah, he's like 22 years old when you left, right? Well, we're highly considering selling this place, Claude, and moving to North Carolina. We looked at a couple houses online in North Carolina there. Kim knows about them, and I'm sure she told Cindy. But I'm gonna go from paying $7 grand a year in property taxes to 700 a year. We used to pay 1,700, now it's $7 grand. So it's time to say, you know what I mean? Thousands of people leave the state of Illinois every year. Thousands of people. They're just sick of the bullshit. Cigarette taxes. They've taxed cigarettes 5 times in the last 2 years here. Okay, I just want to make sure you can. Sitting on my porch here enjoying my fire in the fire pit. Trying to get it in here. I want to be able to read the chat log. You can see it. Oh. What we got here? Us Alaskans aren't afraid of our neighbors Russia, I'm pretty sure. They know it. Oh yeah, everybody has a gun in Alaska. But that's not what it's about. Galena lives in California now. She don't live in Ukraine anymore. How long have you been in California? Or should I say, when did your folks move there? No, Russians ain't bad people at all. Hey, yeah, well, hey, welcome to America, brother. We got the worst politicians in the world right here, stealing us and robbing us all blind. You know, governments ain't no different from one another, no matter what part of the world you're in. They're all owned and controlled by banks. People don't get that. They think the government's for them. Nah, they don't care about you. They care about the banks and how wealthy they can get off their asses. That's basically what it amounts to. My gal in the photo is coming up on 16. I adopted her when she was 10. Oh, your cat? That's cool. She's got a sore on her leg that she wouldn't stop licking, so she to wear a cone for a few weeks. Is that a fungus problem? Usually they get fungus problems on their legs and feet. They're lacking certain minerals in their diet. I'm not too big on the health of animals like my wife is. She knows a lot about it. I'm comfortable with my living. That's cool. That's all you gotta be. I told my wife though, Bob, I live in Alaska right now if it wasn't for her. And I would be. I'd probably be taking a ferry boat over to Russia all the time just to visit them. White horse? You mean the white horse statue that they're carving right down the mountains? I've been there 3 times. Is that the white horse you're talking about? Or is that someplace in Alaska? I have fellow Ukrainian and Russian friends. We celebrate Spraznokum, Nikum, Spraznikum. What is Spraznikum? Is it like a Russian holiday or a Ukrainian holiday? What's it about? Oh, Whitehorse, Yukon, a Canadian city. Okay, I got you. I see. They do have a Whitehorse Memorial over by Mount Rushmore, South Dakota. They've been working on it for years. See, this is what I think so cool about being live on YouTube is being able to talk with people, different backgrounds, different places around the world, you know, different lifestyles. You get to learn a lot. You really do by who you interact with, in a civil way. You know, get to know us as human beings and how our cultures differ a little than others, and that's what I loved about being in the Navy. I mean, I've been to many different cities around the world, and I've seen the poorest of poor people in the world, and I've seen the richest of the richest people in the world, and cultures across 3 different continents, 14 different countries, and people are people, and they just want to be treated like me and you. You know what I mean? They just want to live free and be able to live without suffering or having some bureaucrat or politician with their nose up their ass and making it miserable for them to live. We just all want to be polite and kind to one another, and you know not have any hate within our system. A spread income just means with a holiday, like congrats to this holiday. I got you. Cool. It's nice to see people in here too interacting with each other that's from the same area too, even, and like Yukon Bob and this other John guy. It's pretty cool. You guys can converse about what you've done over there, and like I said, man, I'd be living in Alaska right now if it wasn't for my wife. I'm self-sufficient. I could live off the land the rest of my life until I die. Like Johan says, debate, not hate. Exactly. Yep. Oh, God. This fire feels good. Yeah, we went from like 96 degrees to 58 now. We got a cold spell for the next week. Like the highs will be 61, 62. No, my ass would not be living in California. Here you're trying to force feed me words again, and it ain't working. Trying to be funny again. It ain't working. The last place in the country I live in would be Arizona. Oh, yeah, exactly. Get rid of politics and everybody would get along. And you know what? People in this country, they create the hate more because of politics. They're created to hate more because of politics. They're getting separated more because of politics. I mean, politics is making it worse and worse on each new generation. And me and Louie had to talk about this earlier today. You know, and a lot of people don't realize this. And I said this before on my channel here live, and it's created around the world by and used by many countries around the world to dumb down their societies and literally dumb down the people. And they don't even have a clue how it was even created by a system that threw them overboard. and that is feminism. Feminism wasn't created by women, it's created by governments. And it's used around the world to do just what I said, dumb down a society. Where this image is portrayed, you don't need a man, you need a career, you don't have to listen to a man. So now you got the last 3 or 4 generations of these younger children growing up, men, young men not knowing how to be men to women, young women growing up not knowing how to be women to men. So it gets worse and worse. And it's a vicious cycle that these politicians create through these evil banksters to bust up societies. You know, the American culture's shifted far beyond what it used to be 4 or 5 decades ago. Far beyond. And it's all been created. And if people don't get it or don't understand how feminism is doing this, look it up. We're in the 4th phase of feminism right now, and it's not good. You know, women have all the rights to have everything a man has. I agree with that. But they're placed Christian-wise and taking care of the family, the children, making sure that they're taken care of. And, these people wanted to get rid of religion. They wanted to get rid of ethnics. They wanted to basically change our society, and that's what they're doing. And they do it all around the world with it. Arizona's from Arizona. It wasn't women getting together saying, we got to have all the rights of men. Because back then they didn't care about it. And only 37% of the nation were male. The other 63% were female. You get it? So now you see these kids growing up in social media and television watching the image of the modern woman now. Like these slutty ass dancers on television, right? The halftime shows in football, at the Super Bowl. They see all this image of the woman today that was nowhere near like it was when I was growing up. Put your clothes on, you're much prettier, much more respected with clothes on than with a model. So now these girls grow up thinking this is the way they gotta be. There's a reason for everything. How many phases is there of feminism? Well, we're on the 4th phase now, and the 5th one's on its way. The first phase was solidarity. The women's right to vote. Right to have a job, to be equal to man, blah 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 blah. Well, I agree with that. But if you're married and you have kids, stay home and raise your kids before you get a career, or don't have kids, because essentially what the banks figured out is if the women are working and the men are working, who's paying attention to these kids? See what I mean? So it's an exchange in cultural values and religion, and in true ethnicality and religion, which we were deprived of a nation being built on religion. Is that, man is dominant by thy Lord through Christianity as woman is dominant by thy man through marriage. And that's the way it is from Eastern Orthodox Christianity all the way to Catholic Catholicism. The man was the upkeeper, the upholder of the Christian relationship, and therefore the power of the family. The man took care of the family, Christian-wise, made sure they were Christians, made sure they were taken care of financially, made sure that they were being upbringed by the wife. You know what I mean? The wife's job was solely to stay home, take care of her children. Once your children are gone, go get a job. If you have a career, put your career on, postpone it, on hold for 18 years. Raise your child and then go back to work. You have every equal right, but through marriage you really don't. And that's why they flooded out Christianity. Because if people still lived according to Christian scriptures and Christianity, there wouldn't be women going and getting jobs, having children. Wouldn't happen. It didn't happen when I was growing up. Sad life can't be Mayberry anymore. Well, it doesn't have to be Mayberry. And I'm not saying everybody's got to be Christian, but it's the children that suffer. You see what I'm saying? I mean, there's kids. I was telling Louis today, I says, you walk, if a kid walks in front of your path, like you're at the grocery store and he walks right in front of you, he'll say sorry. There is no pardon me or excuse me anymore. There's no, and that just tells me they are sorry. They're sorry about themselves. They're sorry individuals because they have no respect for themselves, let alone others. To say they're sorry because they weren't brought up to say pardon me or excuse me. Which is, when I grew up, you said pardon me or excuse me, and an elderly heard that, they're like, "You're a very respectable young person here." I respect that. That's, they're brought up right. You know what I mean? Not sorry. We didn't say sorry growing up. We said pardon me or excuse me. So I tell these kids now, and they say that to me, and I'm in the grocery store, they'll walk in front of me and say, "I'm sorry." No, you're not, or you wouldn't have done it. You're sorry for yourself. You're not sorry for the situation. And you're disrespecting yourself by saying sorry and not pardon me or excuse me. They don't want to give respect, and they don't care to respect themselves. You know what I mean? And I was telling Louis too today, I says, kids can't even write their own name on a check. They don't want that. They don't want checkbooks anymore. They want you to have a piece of plastic. They want to control you. They want to pay 3.4% every time you charge something. They want to be able to cut you off whenever they can. They don't want checks anymore, so they're taking your kids away from writing cursive. They're taking your kids away from practical math and social studies and anything to do with government and finances. They want your kids just smart enough to pass the shitty tests and exams they take at school and barely get by, so when they get out on their own, they barely get by. It's all control. It hasn't changed in 3 decades. Yukon, were you able to write down stories? One bullet, Bob. Yep. You know what RFD meant, right? Mayberry RFD? Fat City. Only Fat City answers this question. What does RFD mean in Mayberry RFD? You see how sharp you are, young man. I'm testing you. No, they can't write in cursive anymore. Exactly. They can't even tell what fucking kind of change is coming back unless they look at a computer monitor. I'm a carpenter. I'm a master with numbers. I go in and I give them some money. One time I'll give somebody a $10 bill, so I get a 5 back. They're like, "Wait, it's not that much, sir." Well, you don't understand what I'm doing here. I'm giving you exact pocket change in a 10 because I don't want to have a 5 and 4 1s. They just don't get it because they're not taught it. And 5 decades ago, a 13-year-old could write and read or write and speak proper English grammar. Today, 85% of grads can't do that out of college. And there's a reason for it. Just like everything else. You know what the common English language is? "Hey, man, what up, nigga? Hey, fuck you, motherfucker," It's just, that wasn't like that 20, 30 years ago. Like 40 years ago, it was unheard of to talk shit like that. Because they don't know how to speak proper English grammar, and they don't know how to spell it nor write it. They can't even write cursive, like Louis said. It's just all this. And then you top it off with cell phone zombieism. You know what gives kids a high today? At the age of 2, they have their own online profile. You know what gives them a high today? That endorphin rush that they get from a ping from their phone. You know what I mean? Kids can't be kids anymore. They don't, like us, go out in the street and play football and tackle each other. Play baseball in the schoolyard, you know what I mean, against the wall, rubber ball, right? Or you know, they're not told to go out when the street lights come on and you better have your ass home. You know, you can't go out at all. You go to school and you go to your sports and do your homework and then we'll see you tomorrow. The teachers are in the sports instructors are they're babysitters till mom and dad get off of work. Kids can't be kids anymore. They don't know how to. All right, John. I hope I didn't bother you or with my rants. Thanks for stopping in, John. Gotta run, folks. Stay safe. See you soon. Yep, I'll be live tomorrow. Or actually, what is it, tonight? Yeah, tonight I'll be live. Sunday Fun Day giveaway. I gotta decide what I'm gonna make. Probably something simple. It's getting expensive. But I'm not gonna stop doing it. Galena, you still here with us? Did I force you away from our conversation? 85%. Yep, exactly, Louis. You know, and then you want to homeschool kids nowadays. The government's got to have their hand on that now to regulate the tests that they have to take. Make sure you're teaching them the indoctrination system. Look at me differently. I try not to act like my generation. My generation definitely is the worst. I mean, that's from my heart. Well, it's not your fault, Fat. I mean, you can't look at it as, hey, the only thing you look at is, yeah, I'm stuck in this generation. I can't do nothing about it. Yeah. But for yourself individually, you can do something about it. You know what I mean? Your generation doesn't have anything to do with your own personal outcome in life. You know what I mean? The generational gap is obvious, but you know, basically, if I could share anything important with any of you all in my older age and wisdom of life, is that you become who you hang with. Okay. So if you hang out in a bar and you drink with the boys in the bar every night, you know, you're considered a barfly. Well, that's who you hang with. That's who you'll be your whole life. You know, if you want to be a professional angler, who do you got to hang with, Claude Williams? You got to hang with professional angler-minded people that are more than happy and willing to share with you their knowledge of wealth to help you achieve your goals of becoming like them. It's the same as a multimillionaire. If you choose to hang with a crowd of filthy rich people, and this is where it's easier for women because they're pretty, you know what I mean? If you hang with wealthy individuals, you know, say you want to be a financial advisor, right, or a corporate attorney, hang around them, go to school, learn with them, hang with them, you become them eventually. And this is all lessons taught by Napoleon Hill in the book called Think and Grow Rich. It's one of the greatest financial books ever written. If you ever want to read something really, really great and the monetary value of being wealthy, you know, becoming a millionaire doesn't mean just money. And Napoleon Hill states that in his book. He says the monetary value of being wealthy and rich is other assets as well as money. It doesn't have to be just money. But he basically outlines the blueprint for, you know, I read this book twice and I've listened to it on audiobook twice. You know, you're born a millionaire. The only thing that stops you from becoming a millionaire is yourself. That's because of your choice of who you hang with. You become who you hang with. And there's an old sayings back in the day. that you choose your friends wise, but you choose your enemies wisely. You know, that's basically it. You know, you want to change your outcome in life, change the people you hang out with. You know, show interest in the people that are there where you want to be, and they will show you interest in helping you get there. That's simple. It's not hard. But it takes a lot of dedication, it takes a lot of desire. And if you show that desire, these wealthy people know this, or these successful professional anglers know this. They're going to show you the tricks, they're going to show you how to get there. That means you got to hang out with me. I'll show you all the way. I'd love to hang out with you, Bob. You know, and you can show me the way of Alaska. You're damn right. You know, because there's nothing better to learn than with the man that's been there and done that. You know, I mean, I could watch all the Alaskan movies on television. Ain't nothing prepare you like the real deal. Nothing. And you would, Bob. And I'm not naive to admit this. I'm not trying to be. I'm not going to be naive and not admit this. You'd be my best teacher for being in Alaska. You know, I've been in Alaska, but I've never lived off the land. I've never done anything outside of the media outlets, and you know, I just always. I've since I've been there, I loved it. I did have one cousin, Reggie Bever. He's lived in Kodiak, Alaska. He left here in 1978, and he was a badass in high school. And he beat everybody up. Mean, ornery, big, 280-pound, 20-inch arms, just rough, burly sumbitch. He moved to Kodiak, Alaska, like 1978, 79, somewhere around there. And I tell you what, buddy, nobody in Alaska wanted to cross paths with this guy in a worse way. You know, and the stories he's told me about taking down bears is just unbelievable. I mean, you know, I mean, he had one counter of a bear. I mean, he just flat out, I mean, it was a brown bear. He just flat out hit that sumbitch so hard it just knocked it silly. He was lucky. That doesn't happen all the time. If that bear would have got across his face with his paw or got him in the head with his jaw, he would have been done. We know that. But he's had encounters, physical encounters with bears, and he's still alive to talk about it. But now he carries a high caliber pistol with right here, cross draw. He's getting too old now. He don't mess with the bears. If he has an encounter again, he'll probably just flat out shoot it. Yeah, you'd be my best teacher, that's for sure. I would hang with you if I wanted to live in Alaska for sure. You're rich in value. That's not a form of currency. No, that's like I said, Bob. You know, becoming rich. You know, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. It wasn't all about monetary value. You know, you could be very wealthy in knowledge and possessions that you have that make you very happy in your life. That makes you personally wealthy. You know, being wealthy doesn't mean just money. The book does show you how to get the money. It tells you how to get in that mindset to have anything that makes you monetarily equivalent to what you want to be wealthy with. You know, knowledge, possessions, money, any of the above. I highly suggest anybody young like Fat City, get the audio book if you don't like to read and just listen to it. I mean, this book's helped me out of some of the worst times. Absolutely, Bob. You're rich with value, you're rich with knowledge, and you're rich with survival skills and common sense, you know. All of that, which is very unheard of with this newest generation. These kids are virtually lost today. I really feel sorry with the last 2 generations. I'm sorry, Fat City, I had to say it. Like I said though, Fat, you could change your Caleb. You could change your. You could change the game yourself because you acknowledge that your generation's purposely been set forward by the creators. So you can change that. The only thing I can say about you is you gotta change your health, brother. Oh, oh, I got cramp. Oh my God. Ooh, I gotta go get some magnesium oil. Oh, mm. Oh my God, I was just talking about cramps earlier. Woo. Okay, time out, folks. I gotta go get me some magnesium oil. Oh God. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's it, folks. Like I said, less than a minute, man. Pure magnesium oil. That's what I spray on myself every morning, but I haven't been doing it the last few days, and found out why. You can get that on Amazon, fat. Get that and start taking it every day. Just spray it on your body, 3 squirts on each arm. Gets in your bloodstream and you won't cramp up. You'll sleep better and anxiety will go away. Okay, what do we got here? What did Claude say? You have a good and bad in every generation. Yeah, you're gonna, Claude. You know, but education-wise, you know, these kids just keep getting dumber and dumber. It's just the way the school system is designed. It's the way our culture is being designed. Man, I had to throw the raccoons some. Used to be blind with arrogance and ignorance. When I turned 181, decided to make a change. Oh yeah, okay. Then the oldest was born. I committed. Oh, okay, I got you. Oh yeah, we all did, Paul. When we all partied with our friends when we were young, dumb, and full of you know what. That's right, Pat. Do what you love to do, man. Don't let anybody tell you can't. Yeah, you never stop learning either. You know, I learn new shit every day. You know, when you stop learning, that's when you get old and start dying. Right on Amazon, Paul. Just order it right on there. Get your daily allowance of magnesium. Magnesium. See, taking magnesium supplements and tablets and all this crap that they sell over the counter, it does absolutely no good. Your body can only absorb magnesium through its purest form, so it's best off in your diet, which is like sunflower seeds. You'd have to eat a whole cup of sunflower seeds every day to have the daily allowance of magnesium. And other, you know, other plants and legumes and stuff that are loaded in magnesium. You have to eat a lot of them. You know, back in the day, remember, the mothers and the grandmothers used to take Epsom salt baths. Well, Epsom salt is loaded in magnesium, but you only get less than a third of your daily allowance of taking one Epsom salt bath, because it's not that high of magnesium content in the Epsom salt. But if you took an Epsom salt bath and you ate a lot of magnesium-rich foods, and your body was absorbing the proper amount, well, we drifted away from all that. And like I said, your body cannot absorb magnesium through capsule form, through tablets and supplements. It has to be either absorbed by ingestion from its natural form, or magnesium oil, which is assumption through the blood vessels from your skin. Well, if you eat magnesium like candy, then okay, it's some sort of food that you like to eat that's loaded in it. Now you're talking shit. You can go talk shit somewhere else, buddy. he gone. Somebody had to get rid of him. I think all my mods are falling asleep on me. Anyway, what'd you say, Bob? I drank a lot, but not at bars and stuff, just at home with a few friends. You know, drinking, there's nothing really wrong with drinking, especially in moderation. 'Cause, you know, you're not going to have health problems with drinking beer. But once you start drinking soda pops, you're going to have health problems. I used to drink beer like a fish when I was younger and never had a beer belly. Once I quit drinking beer, started drinking Pepsi, the goiter started growing on my stomach, you know what I mean? When I quit drinking soda pops, I lost 40 pounds in a month, and it was mostly my stomach. Yeah, Paul, you can get that magnesium right on Amazon. That's where I got this pure magnesium oil, 7 minerals. And you can also order magnesium crystals and boil them in water and make your own magnesium oil at home through the crystals. Magnesium. Amazon sells both. It's just easier to buy the oil in the spray bottle. Like I said, 3 squirts in this arm. Every morning you wake up, 3 squirts in that arm. You got a daily allowance of magnesium. You don't have to go out and eat a cup of sunflower seeds, take an Epsom salt bath, and hope that you eat other fruits and vegetables that's loaded in magnesium. Because nobody's really gonna. I have, it's not really better for you than regular soda with sugar. But I drink like 1, maybe 2 Diet Dr. Peppers a day. That's it. I'm not drinking 30 Pepsis a day like I used to. And I understand that the chemicals in diet soda are set up to crave sugar. So if you don't drink diet soda, you're craving other sugary things to eat, because that's how the industry rolls. It's fine a little Sprite. You can have 1 Sprite a day. But I wouldn't go past one soda pop a day if you insisted on eating it. See, Pat, when I was a kid, we ate 10 to 12 pounds of sugar a year. Because high fructose corn syrup back then was in everything. Sugar wasn't being shoved in everything in the markets now, like it is today. And there's a reason behind all that. For one, in 72, when high fructose corn syrup was invented, it was to keep food on the shelf longer so they could pump out more goods constantly and keep them on the shelves. And 2, knowing what the high fructose corn syrup does to people, it makes them crave more and more sugar. You know, they started putting it in McDonald's foods and all these other fast food chains, you know, just to make you crave these foods. So, like I said, 10 to 12 pounds of sugar a year, I ate my generation. Most of that was in our Kool-Aid, our tea, or cereal. You know, and the ballpark bubble gum and the candies that we enjoyed to eat that were very minimal when we were kids. But they weren't loaded in high fructose corn syrup either. 10 to 12 pounds a year I ate as a kid. Your generation's eating 200 to 300 pounds a year. Oh yeah. Figure that one out. Now you look across the country. 60% of Americans are pre-diabetic. 38% of Americans are obese, and 64% of Americans are overweight. Back in 1970, less than 3% were obese, and less than 13% were overweight. So you see all these people living the longest years ever of their lives, 85 to 95 years old. My grandparents and their brothers and sisters, they all lived in their 90s. Now we got kids and my friends, a lot of my friends even, younger friends in their 50s, they're dying of cancer. You know, and glucose is a precursor to cancer. Cancer can't survive in your body without glucose. It just can't. So if you eliminate unnatural glucose out of your diet, you're not going to die of cancer. And if you do get cancer, eliminate the glucose. You eliminate the cancer. That easy. You know, what do you know? You're not a doctor. Well, no, the doctors ain't there to make you healthy. They're legalized drug pushers. They don't have a cure for you. They're not, that's not their interest. The doctors were created by the AMA, the American Medical Association. And the American Medical Association was created by, as was big pharmaceutical industry, by two men, Rockefeller and Carnegie. They created it to create customers, to create billions of dollars, to fuel them. And the AMA was to regulate the doctors to keep them from practicing above and beyond the protocol of pushing drugs. That's simple. So you say some of these hospitals call themselves Provena Healthcare. It's not healthcare. It's medical care, which is the epitome of health throughout the world. American medical care is the epitome of the world. I mean, most countries laugh at our medical system and how it's just killing us all and raking us of our money. It's all a scam, man. So when's Americans going to wake up to this? Hopefully they don't die from it, see. So I'm aware of it. They're not going to get me. I don't go to the hospital. I don't get sick. Nope. Never take any drugs. Nope. Not going to happen. Well, everyone was fit in the 70s because they had a purpose. They had careers they had to build. And kids mowed the lawns. They didn't play on a cell phone all day. Kids peddled newspapers. They did whatever they could. You know, I went out and, well, I worked for my grandfather. He was a wealthy man, so he paid me $1 an hour per year of age I was. So when I was 10, he paid me 10 an hour. When I was 14, he paid me 14 an hour. When I was 16, 60. See what I mean? So yeah, we all had a purpose back then. You know, kids don't have a purpose today. Growing up, they just don't. You know, mommy, daddy's too busy working, trying to keep above monetary inflation to be able to survive. We don't got kids. We don't got time to teach these values to kids anymore. And subbing up, Mountain Dew is like high in the charts in sugar. You know what's got twice the amount of sugar in it? There's like 64 milligrams, no, 48 milligrams of sugar in one bottle of Coke, where there's like 21 milligrams in Pepsi. Pepsi's got half the sugar Coke does. I don't know why people love to drink Coke. They addicted to the sugar, I guess. Paul, when I retired 3 years ago, I was making $58 an hour as a union carpenter. In 1985, when I got in the carpenter's hall, I was automatically a journeyman, so I got journeyman skill. In 1985, I made $16.50 an hour as a journeyman carpenter. And when I retired, I was making $58.60 an hour. Well, See, Paul, in the state of Illinois, it's the highest paid, basically the highest paid construction workers in the world. Pipe fitters here make 63 an hour. We make almost 60 an hour now, since I've been gone. Our wages always kept up with inflation. But my carpenter's hall is now part of the Chicago District Council, and 14 other halls around, as far as LaSalle to Kankakee, DuPage. They're all in the same, we're all the same council now, Chicago District Council. We're all one hall. So the pay scale in the Chicago District Council is the highest paid union carpenter scale in the country. I mean, my last job, I was clearing $3,200 after taxes. I was basically making $6,400 a week, working 7/12, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, double and triple time. I mean, I was raking in the money. Working in these big powerhouses, doing scaffolding work and doing millwright work and working on the machines. And yeah, the trades here in Illinois are the highest paid in the country. The carpenter down in Mississippi only makes about 20 an hour, 25 if he's lucky. And that's union. Yeah, Galena, I am, night owl. I was live 6.5 hours last night. Didn't get off till about 4:30 in the morning. I wasn't even gonna go live tonight, but I thought it'd be cool to share my resting spot after a long, hard day's work. And tomorrow's Sunday, fun day, so one day a week I do not work, not Sunday. I mean, I'm retired carpenter. I shouldn't work at all. But I love my spending money. And I make good money doing remodeling jobs. At the end, by the end of fall last year, I did a deck for a guy, all composite boarding and composite railing and all that good stuff. I bid the job at $26,500, and in 6 days I walked away with about $14,000 too labor after expenses. So six days of work, 14 grand. Where are you gonna get that unless you work for yourself? Them jobs don't come all the time. Like the one I'm doing now, I'm making virtually $6 grand for 6 days of work. So, and two here in Illinois, like, let's say down in Mississippi, where Big Jim's from, right? In Alaska, it's even higher because of the import prices. Here's how it works. Each county in each state has a plus or minus rating on its growth chart and its price per capita, meaning what you're going to pay in each county and each state, more or less, for a job being done. So when I bid a job, I bid it at that 0% markup for the county, area, state, location. Now, once I bid the job, I put in the zip code, and it automatically tells me on my program what the markup is for that county and that state. In most all counties throughout the country are either at +3 or -3%. The majority of counties in the United States. But when you get to big cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, you know, uh, Houston, New York, the markups are up to 20% higher for specific counties in them big cities. You know, so if I bid a roof at, not a roof, if I do a siding job or a deck, do a siding job, and the bid's at 6,900 at the flat rate, then I add that 23.5%, which is for Will County. You know, I add 23.9% more to the bid of the initial 6,000 or so. So now you're looking almost $2,000 more to have it done in my county, and it's like $4,000 less to have it done in Wiggins, Mississippi, because they're minus 3%. We're positive 23%. Alaska is positive 53%. In actuality, because of the shipping costs to Canada and the shipping costs to Alaska, the markup there is about 53 to 56%. Where here it's half that, 23%. But if you go in southern Illinois, it can be minus 2% because of geographical location. So why should I move away from here when I'm making good money doing what I'm doing and loving doing it? One thing I learned from my grandfather, who was a mechanical contractor, he was a union contractor, so he learned a lot about the trades. And I grew up on a 955 cat, you know what I mean? Pulling levers and pushing dirt. Grandpa was a pipe fitter at welder. He's one of the best around. He was a mechanical contractor. So he taught me how to weld. My dad taught me how to build houses. So I learned all this shit when I was 12, 13 years old, you know what I mean? I was running a 955 cat, you know, an 80-ton tractor at the age of 11. Having a blast, getting paid for it. Because that's what my grandfather did. So I learned the trades inside out. I learned everything. I could build a house from the ground up, even electrical. When I built this place, I did all my conduit bending and ran all my wires and did all my service panel and everything. Got a green flag first inspection. I'm not a union electrician. I'm not even an electrician. But I got such a big family in the construction trades that I learned a lot about the trades. So I could do everything in the house, from the electrical to the plumbing to the drywall, the concrete, the roof, the whole thing. I built this whole place. Yeah, I'm counting on some Tostitos. No, I didn't smoke any weed, if that's what you're insinuating. I'm just putting a little more potassium into my body because I kind of forgot to take care of my magnesium and got a cramp. And that magnesium oil took that cramp away in less than 30 seconds. Oh yeah, I mean, kids were lucky to make $13 a week peddling newspapers. When I was 13, Grandpa would pay me $13 an hour, you know, $1 an hour more for every year that I was in age, because my grandfather was a millionaire. He was well off. He drove a beater his whole career, beater pickup to and from the shop, you know, the fab shop, and to his office building. He didn't buy himself and his wife a Cadillac and then a Lincoln before he died. He bought a Lincoln Continental. He didn't buy none of that until he retired. So my grandfather did a lot of union contracts for the government. Put all the sewer and water in all these government facilities and shit. Back in the 40s and 50s and 60s. He retired the business in the 70s. So basically, I didn't do any work for him, other than he also owned a lumberyard. It's called Van Dyne Brothers Lumberyard. That's my mom's maiden name, Van Dyne. So as a kid, at 12 years old, 13 and 14, I'd drive around in a big fork. You know, we didn't have these little ass fork trucks back then, fork pickers or whatever. What Justin likes to use at work. We had the ones that looked like end loaders with the dual axle, right? I mean, long ass forks. When I was 12 years old, 13, 14 years old, I loaded the bins with lumber when I was a kid. And Grandpa paid me for that. He taught me how to weld. He taught me about plumbing. He taught me about everything in construction in general that he could. My dad, a union carpenter, he got me into carpenter's law. He taught me how to build houses. You know, I was 14 years old. I built my first house with my dad. So I went in as a journeyman carpenter first year in. I didn't have to go through an apprenticeship because I already knew how to build houses. You know, most guys got in at 18. They had to go through a 4-year apprenticeship to become a carpenter. I was already a carpenter when I went in. So I went in as a journeyman because Perinard, the BA, knew that, hey, this is Booger's kid. You know, this is Benny Holman's kid. He knows the shit. And I told him, I don't have to go through an apprenticeship. I can teach the teachers. You know, my dad was one of the best carpenters around, so I learned a lot from him. But I'm rambling on here, and I can't even see the chat thing go up. So, you know, I had a lot of wise men around me growing up, you know, and I didn't take it too lightly. You know, I learned a lot from them. I have a lot of idols growing up. And my godfather, he was one hell of a fisherman. He's the one that got me into fishing. My godfather that baptized me. And I virtually became a professional bass fisherman because of him. And I didn't pursue a career in professional bass fishing, and I easily could have, but I enjoyed being a carpenter more. But I do love to go out and do my bass fishing, and I still fish in tournaments here and there. And all the professional anglers know me, including Claude Williams here. He's a retired professional pro bass angler. Emotional and financial. Started at 18, did construction, carpentry work, off and on until I couldn't anymore because of the neck and how back issue. Well, unfortunately, you know, some people got the wrong deck of card dealt to them with the construction trades. You know, it's a crapshoot. Half the people in the trades end up with back problems and other health issues because of it. I was fortunate enough where I was never one of them, you know what I mean? But I've done physical shit all my life. I was in the bodybuilding. I even instructed weightlifting when I was younger. I ran a health club for a friend. You know, and then I played football. I could have went to college to play football instead of going in the military, but I chose the military instead because that's what my dad did. I was all gun ho for the military. I don't know why, but, you know, hey, it sounded like the best option when I was younger. Well, I'm sure Paul's had some problems, you know, that caused other problems and just made things worse for him that he couldn't control. And like I said, half the people out there can't. They just fall the victims of circumstances, you know what I mean? But me, I never had any problems with my back. I always had strong abdominal muscles. You know, I always had a six-pack and ripped in the chest. At one time I had a 17-inch arm. Now I'm lucky to have an 11-inch arm because I was ripped back then. You know, I was young. I had strong muscles growing up until I was in my late 20s. So I never had any back issues. You know, People don't know, and I can't stress this enough. Your abdominal muscles control every other muscle in your body and support every other organ in your body, including your spinal column. And so people are more susceptible to back injuries because they have weak abdominal areas, or they're not in as shape as they should be. You know what I mean? Body weight percentage versus muscle mass. So being in sports all my life growing up, and weightlifting, and just doing all the right things for my physical attributes, I'm able to walk around now at the age of 60 like I'm 35, 40. You know what I mean? My wife says I'm like a clock that doesn't stop. I never rest until I hit the pillow. She goes, I don't know where you get it. Hyperthyroidism, she said. But I keep myself active because it's just the way I am. Like I said, I got up this morning, cut up 2 tree limbs that were like a half a tree basically. Had that done in a half an hour. I had to cut 1.3 acres of grass, and then I had to till my garden, which is 120 feet long, somewhere around there, about 75 feet wide. And then wash all the equipment, put it all back away. I'm just non-stop. I don't stop. Like now, I'm in this chat. My mom and dad both have had low back issues, so I get screwed with the gene pool. Well, I hear you, Paul. Some, like I said, some people in life are dealt a set of cards they got, and that's just the way it is. But a majority of people, it's not really necessarily that way. You're just one of the unlucky few. But the majority of this country is obese at 32%. Majority of this country that's overweight at 63%. The majority of this country that has health issues, which is about 70%, they weren't dealt the same deck of cards you were. They can change their health. They can change their outcome in life. Like Pat, I told him, you're young, man. Your body's at its greatest healing powers right now. Young man's got anxiety, change your diet. It goes away, man. It's like ADD and ADHD, all these hyper deficit disorders and hyperactive disorders. ADD, ADHD, and all that shit. That's all created by doctors, man. It's not a disease. There is no such thing as ADD and ADHD. They make it up to get your kids on fucking Ritalin and Dilantin and all that other shit that makes them a zombie. For that. They don't put them on the diet. Because all these kids with ADD, ADHD, all these mental disorders, it's all caused by sugar overload and bad nutrition. Even the food pyramid we grew up on, like that, you still back then had to flip it upside down in order to eat right. But unfortunately, like I said, Paul, you were dealt the wrong deck of cards, unfortunately, and it's been a struggle for you since, I'm sure. But let's do the best you can. Be happy with what you got and what you love to do. Loving the knife community and everything goes with it. People already shooting off fireworks, not even June yet. Yeah, I told you, man, you're in California, girl. There's some weird shit going on in that state. I've seen it all. I literally had to kick somebody in the head on the bike trail in Muscle Beach, Venice Beach, California, in LA, trying to panhandle me while I'm rollerblading. I just did a roundhouse right in his jaw with a rollerblade. Out for the count. Never bothered me again. He'd see me coming, that son of a bitch is run. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Paul, most of Fat City's conditions are caused by his nutrition. And change your nutrition, fat. You're going to change your whole outcome in life. You're younging up your body will heal 100% in record time. If you don't change your diet when you're in your 50s, then it's going to get harder and harder. And most likely you will never will. But a majority of the diseases known to man are caused by poor nutrition, by poor diet. Everything that ails you is caused by what goes in your mouth. And everything that will heal you is caused by what will go in your mouth. And 90% of all diseases, even greater than that, I think, known to man, are curable through diet. But all this has been hidden by the big pharmacy industry, by the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and all these people that created this bullshit to suck the dollars out of you, to make you all sick and dying. And now the food industry's, again, in hand with them. They fuel each other. And one of the reasons, too, is these corporations and banks, they don't want to be obligated to give you your pension. So they figure if you start getting sick in your 50s and you die before you're 60, they don't have to give you anything. It all makes sense, don't it? Okay, Zona, I'm almost done with the crumbs. Oh, man. Good fire is awesome. It's an easy fire. Mom said never to play with fire. Really, Pat, 90% of what's in the grocery stores are designed and set up to make you get sick, get addicted to it, and die from it. It's like the food industry is now fueling the medical industry. And one of the worst things for you to eat in any department store, any grocery store, any convenience store, or wherever, is deli meats. They're highly processed meats that are terrible. If you want to eat a deli sandwich, cook it and slice it up and make it yourself. That's the easiest thing. People think that going to Subway is an alternative to eating at McDonald's or on. It's worse, people. You just don't know that. You don't know how. Nobody's ever told you but me that Subway is highly processed meats. In the bad sugar and carbs in the buns, which is more, by the way, for a foot long or a 6-inch sub than it would be a McDonald's Big Mac, right? So people are going to Subway, getting fatter and sicker than they are if they go to McDonald's. Makes sense, right? See, that's the trickery the food industry uses on people. I have an app for my phone when I go grocery shopping. People say, man, you go grocery shopping, you spend an hour on this app, or a half an hour on this app while you're shopping? You must be crazy. No, but in reality, if you don't spend a half an hour on this app, you are crazy. Because you're not seeking better alternative foods. And by the way, the name of that app is called Yucca. Y-U-K-A. It's got a carrot on it. It's called the Yucca app. Go to Google Play or whatever, if you got a Droid, go to Google Play and get the Yucca app. And it also does cosmetics for women, because there's a lot of poisonous cosmetics out there that women are putting on their faces and everything else. Get the Yucca app. Scan everything that you like to eat in that store, and it'll tell you if it's excellent, great, good, poor, or bad, or really bad. And if it's in the bad category, there's a red dot next to it. And then they tell you alternatives. So now when you're say in the ketchup aisle, you want all natural ketchup, you can scan each one until you find it. Awesome app. I don't want to hurt no one's feelings, but I have to work all my life and I have back pain, knee pain. They want to do knee replacement on both of my knees. I still work people, but I still work if people would just I didn't understand that. Hurt whose feelings? You know, majority of back problems are not from bad genes. Majority of them from poor diet, lack of muscle, lack of using your body correctly. Anybody that has a waist over 34 inches, they're over 53% more chance of a heart attack and 60% more chance of back problems. So having that ideal weight and waist size determines your outcome in life, not your genetics. But like I said, there are a few people that get dealt the wrong cards to their family genes to where it's a different story. Unfortunately, Paul is one of them. But, and then I said before, a majority of people's health issues that are most likely in comparison to their parents, and they most likely would die around the same time as their parents, less than 5% of it's genetic, whether you die like around the same age or the same reason as your parents do. The majority of it's caused by you learning how to eat like they did. If you change your diet totally different, and your exercise routine and your agendas in life totally different from what your parents taught you, you're going to outlive them. That's all there is to it. You know, genetics only constitutes 5% or less. And unfortunately, Paul is one of the 5% or less. And it does happen. But a majority of the problems are by bad diet and bad muscular weight to muscle ratio factors. I'm done with the chips. Gone. Oh, there's a little bit more in that corner. I had to get some potassium in me. Okay, I'm good. There's only a little bit in that bag anyway. I was just milking them. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. How many here on my live right now can honestly say they eat fruits and vegetables and nuts every day? And if you don't, why not? That would be the best snacks that you could have daily. What we got? The government owns you anyways. The banking system, the government owns 63 to 64% of every dollar you make. One way or another, the banks are draining the wealth of this country, and they got the politicians in their back pockets to do it. So 63% of what you make, they get back. At the end of your check, you're just lucky to have anything to spend on yourself. And if you spend more than you should, you get further and further ahead, behind. Galena says the worst thing is sugar, not lack of veggies per se. Exactly. Sugar is the precursor to all people's problems, especially today. You know, each generation, more and more sugar. Like I said, 10 to 12 pounds a year I ate in the 70s. Kids today growing up are eating 2 to 300 pounds. Wait a second, what's wrong with that, right? You know, and like I said, glucose is usually the root of all evil problems. And then you compile it with lack of exercise, lack of nutrition, lack of a proper weight to muscle ratio. You know, you're just a walking time bomb. That's simple. Like I said, people that have waists over 34 inches, they're a walking time bomb. Your chances at death are 62% greater than mine. Not that I'm better than you or anybody that does have a waist over 34 inches. You know, mine's pushing 34 right now. So I'm getting back on that mountain bike. I'm going to bring it back down under 34. But, you know, it's just important, man. Don't eliminate sugar, man. You know, all right, I gotta get rid of this guy. He's like really annoying me. Where'd he go? This fucking idiot about car insurance. Go away, pal. I was trying to get rid of him. Why'd you delete his message? Delete him. Make him go away. Bye bye. That's what I was trying to do, but you beat me to it. Fried chips. What are you talking about? You know how often I eat any chips? When's the last time you see me out of a bag of chips? That's my wife's shit. I just had a cramp, so I loaded up on the magnesium oil and I ate some potassium. The only reason why I ate that shit. And my cramp went away in like 40 seconds. Okay, cool. Thanks. I hope you ain't. I hope he ain't, because he's getting annoying, wasn't he? Claude. Monkey took care of them. You're too slow. No, it wasn't that I was too slow. I was, I said, all right, I'm done with you. And he see me click on his name, and yeah, he's younger than me. He's a little faster with them thumb actions, you know what I mean? So no big deal, but he's gone, right? Who cares? Having bad cramps yesterday. I hadn't taken my potassium. Well, like I said, bad cramps isn't a lack of potassium itself. It's a lack of many minerals. And the two biggest, the two of the magnesium, potassium. Magnesium's more important to have to fight off cramps than potassium. Potassium really, it's Like I said, I put this on my skin, and in less than 30 seconds, my cramp was gone because it absorbed in my blood immediately, and it goes away. It happens every time, and I don't have cramps too often. This is probably the first cramp I had in over a month. Some people get them all the time, but with the proper amount of potassium and magnesium, you don't get cramps. I just lacked to put that on me in the last few days, and I found out why. I'm telling you, Paul, you're going to be happy with it. You know, and that, like I said, that's one of the most important minerals the body needs. You know, people are having all these health issues because 85% of Americans lack proper magnesium, and people just do not know how important magnesium is to their diets. They don't. Just like they don't care about fish oil or omega-3 amino acids that your body needs daily. And because of that, that's why they get Alzheimer's, dementia, and the 63% fat in their brain dries up and goes away. What cow? What are you talking about now? Yeah, you'll love it, Paul. Trust me. Y'all heard that cow? What, my yard? I got some neighbors with cows. I got coyotes out here too. I like to go play with them with a flashlight. I hear the coyotes real close in my backyard. I'll go out there with my flashlight and hunt them down and just play with them. I got a little coyote yelper. I'll run circles around the trees. And they see my flashlight and they're like, what the fuck is this? I have fun with the coyotes out here. Mm-hmm. Okay, what time is it? 2 o'clock almost? Hell, it's Sunday. I don't have to worry about getting up early. It's one day I don't work on anybody for anything, for anyone, other than Fun Day Sunday. I'd pick them off to get my cats. Yeah, you know, right now we got a wild cougar running around out here. Somebody's pet, and they let it loose. And a couple of the neighbors have actually seen it, so it's not a story. You know what I mean? The Tammon Treeberry Farm, where they sell blueberries up the road here. The owner's wife was out there and heard the cat, and he's like, "Oh bullshit! There ain't no big cats out here." You know, we got lynx and bobcats, but we don't have cougars. But they're starting to make their way south now, I heard. But so he went out there and says, "Okay." So he investigated the orchard, the blueberry orchard, and in a sand mound, you know, off to the side of one of the orchards, there was a big ass print, and his hand was right next to it. He took a picture of it. That print was almost as big as his hand. Sure as shit, cougar. My wife took the weenie dogs out, you know, our pit Dachshunds. She was freaking. She heard them. She said, "Oh fuck. Come on, guys, let's get down." She brought the fucking dog straight in, and now I got the gun loaded next to the outdoors door. Let me see. Coyotes, frogs, raccoons. What's that? What are we talking about? Is it raining where you live, Gordon? No, it's not raining now. I'm out on my porch. That's the fire you're hearing. Coyotes, frogs, raccoons, possums. Yeah, I got all that here. I love playing with the possums. They're cute little guys. I pick them up and pet them and put them down and let them go on their merry way. But it's funny as shit because when you grab a possum, it acts dead immediately, and then I just shake it and it wakes back up. It's funny as shit. And I just stroke them a few times and thank them for being in my yard and let them off. You know, opossums, they're one of the safest animals in the woods to handle. You can pick one up and they won't bite you, and they don't carry rabies. They never do. And they're so beneficial to the ecosystem around here. And they'll eat about just about anything. But they're real friendly. They take care of a lot of the rodents and critters around here that otherwise, if we didn't have them, they eat ticks, lots of ticks. Raccoons are curious. I got one in my tree right here in front of me. Right now, I can shine a light on him and see his eyeballs. It's a hollow tree, and he actually lives in it. And he comes out and comes up to my deck when I'm out here, and I can hear him, and I shine a light on him, and he walks around the deck, and sometimes I'll be sitting here and the turkeys will come walking up on me. I just sit still and be quiet, and I don't bother them, they don't bother me. One day I come home and I'm selling bitches right by my side door, right here where my deck is. And I go into the house and, the side door here. I'm sure you heard a pheasant take off and flight, but you ever hear a wild turkey take off and flight? Them selling bitches are so loud. And just and I hunt them, so, I'm used to it. But now when you come home and don't expect it, and they take off in flight, they just scared the shit out of me. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm looking around and, God damn turkeys, man. And then every morning I'll see the deer coming through my yard, get across the cornfields and come back here to the pond to drink. Ronaldo or Messiah? Okay, that guy's got to go. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, possums are great. Damn right they're great. They're great for the ecosystem, and they're harmless, completely harmless. Like I said, you can pick up any opossum, they will not bite you. Because as soon as you pick them up, the first thing they're going to do is like a fainting goat. Boop. And then you just shake them and they wake up, and then you start petting them and they're like, oh, okay, this is cool. And then you just put them down, let them wander away, and they just waddle on away from you. I got a few of them live right here under this fallen tree I got on the side of my yard that I never cut completely up. And they live in that. How much out of state or license up there to hunt? You mean a non-resident hunting permit? Oh, I'd imagine it's around $79 or more now. Maybe $125. It only cost me about $45 as a resident. Your cats are indoor only? Yeah, I mean, I'd make them indoor too. My wife liked to keep hers indoors too. Declaw them. Your cats seem to get along with raccoons. They eat the cats. Food though, they are a pain in the pop. Oh, now here in Illinois, and my wife don't believe me. She insists that there are poisonous snakes here. There's not. There's no coppermouths here. There's no rattlesnakes here. Illinois does not have poisonous snakes other than the southern tip. There are cottonmouths near the Mississippi Delta area down there, the southern part of the state. That's the only place in the whole state where there's poisonous snakes. There is no in the upper part of the state at all. any poisonous snakes. She says, "Oh bullshit! There's coppermouse and this and that. And these big bull snakes. I said, bull snakes ain't poisonous, and there is no coppermouse up here. I don't know where you're getting this shit. You know, she's hearing this shit and thinking it's true. Coyotes will eat just about anything. Yeah, I mean they. You know, we had problems with coyotes up in North Crest, the north part of Wilmington. You know, in the I'm friends with a lot of the cops. So one of them called me up and said, "Hey man, we got a coyote problem on the north side of town. Can you go take care of it?" Sure, no problem. Loaded up the 300 blackout, went out there and killed about 60 coyotes. You know, because they were coming into town and they were starting to eat the cats, and I just know how to go after them. A lot of people were complaining, going to the police department. You know, my cat just died from the coyote attacks. You know, when the coyotes become a problem, then it's time to get rid of them. You know, when they figure out that it's okay to come around a domesticated area, they'll keep coming more and more and more and more and more. You know, I've had a couple come here. You know, a pack. I shot a couple of them, and the rest of them never been back. You're darn right they will. And you know what coyotes will also do is they'll accept a dog into their pack. You know, and it's usually when times ain't hard. Once times get hard, they'll gang up on that dog. They'll kill it. It's a food source for them. So they get 2, 3 domesticated dogs that want to run with them, and then these dogs are lost. People have no idea where they're at. They're running with the coyotes, and then when the coyotes, in a dead cold winter where it's a lot of snow and below zero temps, they'll kill them dogs and eat them. You know, and coyotes are everywhere, just about every part of the United States. You know, we once had a wolf problem here, and then they'd send out the wolves. No more problems. And we get a lot of coyotes. A lot of the rabbit hunting and the pheasant hunting declines majorly. You know, we get a lot of red-tailed hawks. Same thing. So it's time to thin the crowd. You know, it's best for them. It's best for nature. It's best for us. Helps balance it better. That's what conservation is all about. I come there, we get you some deer. I come there, we get you some deer. You saying if I come there, will you get me a deer? You could sit in my porch in your underwear and shoot a deer. It's no big deal. You want to go out, you know, bring it in, and we'll hang it on the hook and skin it. I don't care. But you got to get your license because even if you are a privately owned landowner, it's still a game animal, and it's not allowed to shoot without a permit. You get the permit, you come here and shoot one in your underwear. I don't care. I could shoot a dozen of them a year. I could shoot more than that. I could shoot 50 a year, but that would be out of season and be illegal. But I don't even have to go in a tree stand. I'm sitting in one right now, looking back in my yard. Within 150 yards, I can shoot anything down with a gun. With a bow, I wouldn't shoot past 25 yards. No, werewolves are in Arizona. I heard that's a problem with the wetbacks there, you know. They're being chased by them werewolves, and they're sinking their teeth into their tacos, and they're not legging it. Love you, brother. There is a message, a Masaga rattlesnake in Illinois. I don't know if I spelled it right. Masaga rattlesnake. Well, if it's up here, it's it's not poisonous. There's probably one with the copperheads down in southern Illinois. You know, and I'm talking within only 100 miles of the southern border. You know, because of the southern states that they're more populated in, around Illinois. But if there is one of them rattlesnakes here, it's not around here. There's been no reports of anybody struck and killed by a rattlesnake in northern Illinois, ever. Unless it was somebody's pet or released into the wild and they got somebody. Oh yeah, you guys got rattlers everywhere. When I was a kid, you know, out in Wyoming all the time, my aunt was taxidermist. So she'd take us out and show us how to catch the rattlesnakes by hand. Because she made things from like belts, and she even, you know, mounted coiled up snakes, and she made belt buckles from them, all that shit. And she taught us how to catch them when we were young. By hand, you just walk up to them and grab them by the tail. How to handle them and put them in a bag. So we used to take our dirt bikes, you know, when we go down the roads and the trails until we come up on some snakes. We grab them, throw them in the bag, take them home to northern Illinois. Like what? Up near the Wisconsin border? Tell me one person, Clyde, that's ever been bit by a rattlesnake in Illinois that wasn't domesticated or let loose. And if you do a search right now, Google search, there is no known sources of venomous snakes in Illinois other than the southern border. It says that right now. You look it up. No known attacks, no known deaths from snake bites. But like I said, there's probably been a dozen of them, only by poor snake handlers that own them and have them or let them loose, and somebody gets bit. But Kim was saying there's copperheads here, poisonous copperheads. I said, no, there's not. They're down in the southern part of the state. They're not here. Oh, rattlesnake's great eating, yeah. I make a rattlesnake pate from it. I'll get it from the wild game store here. Rattlesnake pate, which is like a kind of like ceviche, but it's rattlesnake, and it's used in salads and in other dishes and stuff. Rattlesnake stew. Oh man, I eat the shit out of it. One of my favorite things to eat is gator tail, man. Oh my God, do I love gator tail. And not the kind you smoke either. I love eating gator. They mess with the wetbacks. They mess with the wetbacks. Oh yeah, you know they do, Louis. They're always found in the woodpile, you know, so they always like to mess with the wops in the woodpile. Come on, man. I'm not a racist. I hate everybody. uh, no, I don't eat the shit out of rattlesnakes. I eat the shit out of it. Meaning I eat it. If there was rattlesnakes in Illinois, I'd eat the shit out of it. Not the shit. The shit. Get it right, boy. Oh, rattlesnake stew is really good. Like turtle stew. You know, reptiles make good stews and pasta dishes. They really do. I'll tell you the worst tasting meat you'll ever eat, and I spit the shit out the first time I ever tried it, and I'll never eat it again. I don't know how in the fuck coyotes like to eat them, but cat is the worst tasting meat on this planet, and I've ate a lot of shit in my life. Everything from whale to rhino to opossum to skunk to snakes to turtles to gators, even some spider species. I've ate a lot of different shit, and I had some. What was it? I want to say African lion. I got it at Zimmerman's. Do you remember Zimmerman's, Claude? And they were shut down for selling them, protected animal meats and shit. They were shut down once. They didn't learn their lesson. They got a final shutdown. So Zimmerman's don't sell wild game anymore here. They got their federal license revoked and shut down. But I think it was African lion. Oh my God, did I spit that shit out? I bought some lion jerky, took it to work with me, and the guys are used to me making jerky from like geese and duck and deer and all the jerkies I make. And one of the guys was like, "Hey man, what do you got? What'd you bring today? More jerky?" I was like, "Yep. You want some?" Hell yeah. Because they love my jerky. I didn't tell them this was from Zimmerman's and it was wild African lion. So I waited till, hey, y'all want some? Yeah, I had like 5 people, 6 people come up to me wanted this jerky. So I gave it to them. And they're all like, what the fuck is that? I'm telling you, man, fucking lion is the worst tasting shit. Cat meat is terrible. You know what I heard's pretty good, and I haven't had it, is horse. What, Claude? Come on, what? What did I say? Look what up. I didn't say people that were bit. I just said they live there. It. Look it up on Google. Well, there might be a certain type of rattlesnake up here, but they're not poisonous. They don't bite humans. They don't interact with humans because there's no. But from what I read, is there's no known venomous snakes in northern Illinois. There's not. So does that exclude the one you're talking about too, or that one just fits in there? I don't know. I'm not making the call on this. I'm just telling you what I read. I will look it up if I wasn't on the phone. I'd do a search again. But and I've asked a couple conservation officers, that I get to know from fishing all these years. Is there venomous snakes up here? Because I'm just curious because I'm on the water all the time, and no, and that's what they're telling me. So I don't know. Maybe this snake you're talking about is probably become extinct now, or non-existent now, or what? I don't know what the story is. I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong, because your source probably told you there is. And back when you were here in the day, there probably was. But a lot of reptile species are non-existent in the state anymore. They come and go. So I'm just telling you my sources. A couple conservation officers, and then what I've read online several times about it, because I wanted to know about copperheads and and diamondbacks and venomous snakes in Illinois. And nothing to worry about. What is to worry about here is the Ruclo spider. That's worse than any fucking snake there is. The Ruclo eats flesh, man. I mean, it put a hole in your hand in a day. You know what I mean? I fear getting bit by a Ruclos. I'd rather get bit by a scorpion in Arizona than get bit by a Ruclos. In Arizona, you have no fucking clue about what I'm talking about because they don't have Rucloses in Arizona. And they're far more lethal than the scorpions. Or not lethal, far more damage and can kill. I ate a piece of shit like you for your breakfast. That's right, motherfucker. Come on, Claude. It's there. It's federally okay. I'm gonna do some research on it. I'm gonna go talk to my conservation buddy again, and I'm gonna say, hey, what's up with this? My buddy's telling me about the snake that I never knew existed, and you didn't tell me about it. And I'm gonna find out about it. I want to see if they actually still live here. Because you haven't been up here in 28 years. I don't think you haven't been here once in 20 years, have you? Things do change, brother. They do. You know, some animals become non-existent. There's several animals that's no longer native to Illinois. But you're probably right. I'm not saying you're not. I never say you're not right. Never ever. I'm gonna look into it though. I'm very curious on this, and I will find out, and I'll get back to you. Federally protected too. Okay. Why would anybody federally protect a snake? Are rattlesnakes federally protected? I don't know. You would think the rattlesnake's federally protected, right? I'm out of cigarettes, man. I gotta go down and make a couple. Might as well take the phone with me, I guess. Okay, what's happening to my feeds here now? Oop, shit. Black widows are around here also. Oh yeah, black widows and rutclose, man. You just don't want to get bit by them things, man. Adam Sandler. Are you watching TV in Arizona? Talk about Happy Gilmore is an Adam Sandler movie. Oh, okay. Now that we know that. Happy Gilmore was a show. It's a movie. Happy Gilmore, Adam Sandler. It's not a show that's on all the time. It's just one movie. On a snake show? Okay, I'm gonna look into it, brother. You got me curious now. You know. I'm very curious on that. A snake show, that's on television, right? And Google and a television show. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I gotta take my phone downstairs, man. I'm just gonna leave all my shit here. My knives. I'll take them down in the morning. All right. Let me say goodbye to my fire. Ooh, baby. All right, let that cool off. I'll come back out here and take everything down. But I ran out of smokes, and I can't no longer take it anymore. Oh, shit. Put a couple things away first. Okay. don't know if you ever seen this quad. See my waterfall, my water fountain here? All them shells came from Morehead City and Fort Macon. Oh yeah. All right. Kind of dark out here, ain't it? I'll let you look over my backyard. You can see the moon there. There's my boat. Moon's looking pretty spooky, huh? There's this old dead tree right here. That's my smoker craft, my walleye boat. Yep, and this tree here is about ready to fall down. So, I'll give you a quick glimpse of my upstairs that I'll never finish probably. Oh, there's my entertainment center there. Okay, wife would kill me if I did this. Okay. So, I got some cathedral beams and now I gotta finish the ceiling. Oh. What'd you say? Vindication at last. Here's where we got married. Cape Hatteras, Buxton, North Carolina, on the Outer Banks. That's their marriage picture. And we're at all the pine. Now I gotta finish up right here. Put the rest of the pine in there. But then here's our wedding day. This is Claude Williams' son right here. His daughter-in-law and Claude Williams' wife. Claude's wife and my wife were best friends growing up. And this is Claudie Jr. Or no, they call you Claudie, right, Claude? And then this is Claude. No. They call him Claude. They call Claudie Jr. The one that's on the live stream right now. Something like that. That's me and my wife when we got married. I photoshopped this and put the lighthouse in the background there. Actually, it was next to us. But there's my wife's father. He was in the Army. Robert Harding. Oh, that's it. Here's a little coat rack I made out of solid oak. And then here, I like the wood duck collection here going. I took this. This was the front to an old 140-year-old piano. It's all hand carved oak. So I made a shelf out of it. Took it off an old piano that was in the Rustic Tavern in Wilmington. And there's my jackalope my aunt gave me in 1972. I was just a kid. She's a taxidermist. And then I did the tile work in the entryway here. And this was my little nook area here for the wife to put her collectibles in. We got her walking sticks here. I put a little live edge cedar plank shelf there. And this is the entry to my shop. Here's a clock I made. I gotta put batteries in it. But I made that about a few years back. I got brass pins for the numbers on it. What's Arizona fucking yapping about now? Looks really entertaining for an entertainment center. Oh, yeah. It's like the dill in a dough. Put the two together, right? It's pretty dill, like a pickle. You're killing me. So this is my shop, you all been here before, huh? Look at this mess, though. That's my next project tomorrow. Clean my whole shop up. Look at all the packages that I got in the mail and shit, and I just throw the boxes because I end up using them again. But let me turn this around. All right, I'm back in the shop. So 3 o'clock, I'm done. I'm gonna go night night. I want to get up, make my wife's favorite every Sunday that I do, and make her a Denver omelet, her favorite. Put all the goodies in it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Reconnecting. Reconnecting. This fuck is a different area. Maybe that'll help it. I got an 8-foot cord on this thing, so I just put it on the other side of my desk, see what happens. Yeah, look from Arizona. I got a couple sow bellies out. All right, I can put this down now. Not too bad in here. It's actually a little nippy in here, but not as much as outside. Man, it go from 93 degrees to 54 degrees. That sucks. Their high tomorrow, I think, is going to be 71, they said. Then at night, 48 degrees, 50 degrees. Oh, no place. You're killing me, Zona. I'm glad. Missed the shop. Yeah, yeah. I miss my shop, too. You're all used to seeing me in here, ain't you? I got something. I'd put one on his tongue right now because little finger condom. We'll put that on Zona's tongue. All right. Man, where's that cream at? I got some cream the other day. I gotta put some on. I know it's down here. Here it is. Cortisone. Put it on my psoriasis. Then I gotta make a cigarette. Google says, yes, Illinois has several species of venomous snakes, including the copperhead, cottonmouth, water moccasin, timber. You didn't understand what I said, though, Zona. It does in the southern tip of Illinois. It's the only place where all the venomous snakes are, with the exception of what Claude said that I'd never heard of before, that I'm going to get to the bottom of. Because every conservation cop that I'm good for, good friends with here, and I deal with some of them almost on a daily basis. No, Northern Illinois, there is no venomous snakes. You know, there is no cottonmouths up here. There is no vipers up here. There is no garden snakes, no blue racers, no rattlesnakes. But obviously there's one leaked through the vines here that I haven't found out about. Now, either these fucking conservation cops are pulling my fucking leg, or it's actually true. So I'm going to find out. And I will talk to them again, too. Find out exactly if that rattlesnake, what its remote geographical location is. It might be in this area somewhere. But if they are, nobody's ever heard of or seen them report of them being around. You know what I mean? See that? That looks terrible. Uh-oh, my wife's rooting around up there. I think her blood sugar is low again. Did you get a can, Arizona? So yeah, I'm gonna don't act like you don't say you're killing me or something. What? Don't act like you don't see it. Don't see what, Clyde? What the hell is crawling on me, man? Don't fucking tick on me. I sure do. Motherfucker. Look at that. Look at that little bastard. Look at a fucking tick on me. Look at that little fucker, man. Where do you think you're going, you little fucker? Man, that's our biggest threat here is ticks. In rue close and black widows. Dude, I'm telling you, man. Northern cottonmouth, is he venomous? I mean, you're just doing Google searches, man. Google's going to keep you well informed of what's actually reality here, ain't it? In fact, Google keeps all you young children fucking really informed on reality across the globe. But in reality, right here where I live, there is no fucking venomous snakes. There is no cottonmouth here. My wife insists there is, but there's not. Now, these conservation cops go to school for this shit. They know what's here and what ain't here. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it with them when I see them here in a couple days. Motherfucker had a tick right on my fucking neck. These things jump out of the trees here, man. They'll get you. Bad thing about being out on my porch, I'm going to put my tent back up over it. Nobody said at your address. Well, what was said to me by two conservation cops in some of my research is there's no venomous snakes in northern Illinois. There's none. Now, if there's any in the far northern part of Illinois, that's possible, but not too common. I mean, most of them are in like Wisconsin, Michigan, if they're even there, and they will jump the border like the Mexicans, right? Okay. Oh, I hate them fucking ticks. I wish I would have burnt that one that I just got off me. So, yeah, hey, my chances are far greater getting killed by ticks here than any other snake. But in general, I mean, being that I'm educated on snakes, especially for Illinois, then there comes the issue of, well, if you do see a snake, what's the characteristics of making sure they're venomous or non-venomous? And there is a bull snake here that has a head that's shaped like a diamond. I mean, it's pointed, you know. Most venomous snakes have a head that's shaped like this. You know what I mean? Almost like a diamond. The ones that ain't poisonous are more like this. You know? And that's the majority of the snakes here. So, you know, like I said, I could be wrong. My sources can be wrong. But I'm not just quoting it from Google. I'm quoting it from conservationists, you know, cops that deal with snakes all the time. Oh, man. So maybe they're wrong. I'll find out. Yeah, there could be a venomous snake in northern Illinois, but it's up there by the border. I guarantee you that. It's not here. Our most common snake here is the water snake and the garden snake. The garter snake. That's it. Oh my God, let it go. Okay, I will. You study with Steve Irwin? Yeah. Did he teach you how to handle stingrays too? You're killing me, Clyde. Music makes me lose control. Hoo, 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 hoo. How many times do we laugh over that one, Clyde? Sitting on your porch. Music makes me lose control. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The look at that man's face when she fucking bit the floor. Priceless. Oh, I seen Steve Irwin's daughter, man. She's a little hottie. She's also what do they call that? Paleontologist or pathologist or whatever, zoologist or something like that. She's heavily into them animals now to herself. Yeah, once or twice, man. We had a blast. Well, I'm gonna bring that video up again when I get there. That is a classic, man. If you're all wondering what I'm talking about, go on YouTube and type in "pole dance goes wrong," and this really fat woman wants to surprise her husband and plays that song on her boombox while she gets up on that pole. As soon as he sits down and starts watching her, guess what happens? That pole goes wham straight to the ground with her fat ass on it. Music makes me lose control. And she's sticking her fat cankle ass leg out, trying to look sexy. Oh, it's a classic pig on a pole. And then she bit the dust. So she jumped up on that pole. She went flat ass backwards, hit her head, and her husband was like, "Oh my God." Music makes me lose control. Hoo, hoo, hoo. You got to watch it. Look it up. She murdered that pole. Him and his son are awesome with the zoo Steve had. Him and his son, yeah, that's true. His daughter's a hottie though, man. I enjoy watching her now. Not as hot as my wife, of course, Oh, I'll be going up there tonight, another half an hour or so to bed. I'll be like, "What the hell are you doing? You still down there being live?" I said, "Yeah, I got Claude on. Claude's in my life, and yeah, I talk to him more than I ever do when I'm live." Oh, that feel good. So I'm just gonna make a few for in the morning, and that'd be about it. So, man, Claude, you just can't go to sleep tonight, huh? I bet you're kicking it back. A nice pillow, man, on the bed. Is Cindy in there with you? You don't bother her when you're on the phone watching live, do you? Is it too loud? Does she hear me too? She murdered that pole. Did you watch it, Fat? Oh, here comes some trolls. You guys got the competition now. Take care of him for me. Where'd Louie go? He must have got that finger condom on his tongue. I haven't heard hide or hair of him. I did. Funny pour pull. Is that what? I don't know what the name of it is. Does a fish breathe water? Daddy is here, he says. Yeah, I'll call you Daddy. Fat Daddy. You're not fat. You're just a big boy. Big bone. Big difference. When you're a big bone person, doesn't mean you're fat. I mean, just you're a big bone person. That's what you are. Daddy's here. Keep making yourself believe that, don't you? Hell no, we've been together so long. She's got her room with the coon dog, and I got mine. That's right. She's in the front room, ain't front middle room, right? Not the one with the fold-up bed, right? That thing was miserable, man. I told Cindy, I said, we're going to Claude's house again this 4th of July. I am not sleeping in that fucking fold-up couch again. That thing fucking tore my back up, man. Yeah, that must make you gay, Louis. You're my boyfriend. You're gay. Oh, here we go. Another troll. Take care of him, guys. We all can't have 34-inch waist. Oh, you can. You just stop yourself from having one. That's all there is to it, brother. Daddy and boyfriend, dang. It's funny to laugh at my effing ass off. Did you watch it, Paul? Did you watch that? Music makes me lose control. Okay, somebody get rid of this guy permanently. I think I'll do it. All right, he's gone. Annoying. Some of these trolls are just flat out annoying. I guess I read a sentence or a few words, I just give up on it. Don't let it bother me. Oh. Did you find it, Paul? Did you find that video? The pole dance gone wrong. I mean, me and Claude literally laughed our asses off on that porch that night when I showed him that video. You all would absolutely love Claude. Go over to his house and hang out with him. I'll tell you what. He puts a smile on your face, makes your day all good. When he starts talking, that's it. You're going to have a good day. He's the jokester. Oh, the troll head, you laughing? Go look up that. Well, you don't have to do it now, but after I get off here. Yeah, that troll was completely out there, wasn't he? Young kids, they're ignored by their parents. Got to get attention from somebody. Might as well be us, right? I can't wait to get my new glasses. These square ass looking fumble jumbles have to go. They make me look old. Where's my old glasses? I think I got them here somewhere. Them were better, way better in style than these things were. I don't know where I put them. I got them around here in case I need them. I don't know. I'll find them sometime. Well, I inherited another boat key, Claude. I got two now. Got the old Bass Pro Shop rubber jobby. I got this one at a garage sale. It was a throw-in for nothing. So now my shit definitely won't sink. Yeah, when I first got them, I liked them, but no, I don't. I like the slimmer kind, ones that make you look like you're smarter than you actually are. That was my old style. Wish I could find them. I'd show them to you. I thought I had them hanging up somewhere. But, here they are, I think. Are these it? I don't think so. They might be. Yeah, these are it. These are my old ones. They're not too much better either. I think the first pair I had were better than these. Skinnier. They're almost the same. These are a little bit narrower. Yeah. The best life. What up, the best life? Oh, shoot. Oh, let me get making some more of these smokies. Louis likes the sound of my cigarette machine. He's like, man, that turns me on. This machine's made me cigarettes everywhere from North Carolina all the way out to Colorado. I've had it with me. Where's my cigarette pack? There it is. Oh. Oh. What'd you do, best life? Wake up, decide to see who's live tonight? I usually am all the time. I miss you all every day. I miss Fat City every day. I miss Claude every day. Louis every day. I mean, as long as my lives are, I'm sure a lot of people that watch lives would probably only get 10 minutes into my live and decide not to watch anymore. But I do get a good viewer rate. A lot of hours watched on my Fun Day Sundays. For some reason, they do like watching what I make. And that's why I do it. I just usually, jack around during the week with y'all. See what you're all up to. Get to talk with and argue once in a while with my best friend Claude. You know, and I tell my best friends locally here, you know, around, hey, I'm live every Sunday night, and hey, you know, check out my YouTube channel, this and that. Ain't none of my local friends ever go on my fucking YouTube channel. It's like they're YouTube or illiterate or something. You know, if my friends here had their own YouTube channel, I'd be on it checking the shit out all the time. I don't get no comments from them. I don't ever see them in my live. Did anyone else watch Gordon's live and then just scrolled up and kept seeing what other lives are out there? OMG, never seen nothing like it. There ain't nothing like my lives, that's for sure. But, you know, I got the couple days that I'm serious about my lives, and that's about it. And, you know, every YouTube channel only has really one good live stream every week. My one good is Sunday, and that's why I do it. It's also the most fun. I probably won't need wood. 3 more. Put one of these bad boys away. Here's that old barrel spring out of that pocket watch that I'm restoring. It's had it. This end here, it won't catch the arbor nut anymore. I bent it and thought it would, and I just, time for a new spring. So it's got a new one in it now. And there's a lot of weird shit out here, even in the knife community. Time to clean my shop tomorrow. Get it spotless. I laugh my ass off, and then I wonder why my stomach hurts the next day. I make you laugh, don't I, Claude? Is that why we're friends? We do have a good time together, man. Watch some dude squatting, argue with the landlord. What he's got his live stream going, and his landlord comes in. You better pay your fucking rent. You'll be off that fucking YouTube in no time. Big Jim didn't last long tonight on my life. He was here for about a half an hour. That was it. You're live also, buddy, but go check out some of the other crazy shit. Oh, yeah. Occasionally I'll get on the, I'll type in what's live, and I'll find some crazy shit. And it's entertaining. It really is. I mean, sometimes you wonder, why am I even watching this? And then there's people in the knife community, they shouldn't make live videos at all. And then there's some people in the knife community that should be making live videos that ain't. Like I told Big Jim the other day, I said, man, you want to boost up your subscribers, go live, I guess he's yet to learn how to do it, but hey, you go live, man, you'll get a lot faster subscribers, especially if you're interested. Yo, I got these seeds in my pocket still. See that? Fuckers. chili peppers. They're fucking me. But I got enough from last year's garden to grow again this year. They were sitting out in the garden before I tilled it. I took them and they're all dry now and ready to go. But accidentally one night while I was watching yours, I happened to scroll up, and that's how I found all this stuff. Oh yeah. Yep. A lot of times you find that shit, you won't even be looking for it. I remember back in the day when people were killing themselves live on YouTube, and that's why now you even hold a plastic gun while you're live. They kick you off immediately. Because there's always a bad apple out there that's got to fucking end his life on YouTube. I mean, I don't know how I'd react if I watched somebody put a bullet through their head live on YouTube. Would you? I'd be, holy fuck, man, I got to call this guy's fucking family, man. Where is he from? It's easy to do accidentally. Just scroll up. Yeah? Who, me? I'm scrolling up, man. There ain't nothing popping up. Must be if I'm on somebody else's live stream, because I can't do that here. What is this? Oh. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna scroll. I tried it. It ain't working. I just see the bottom of the chat feed. That's all. Oh wow. I've been live for 2 hours, 20 minutes, 45 seconds. Well, I was live almost 6 hours last night. I'm not going that long tonight though. Is my watch right here? Is it 3 o'clock now? Let me see. I gotta turn it so I can see it. Yeah, I'll be there. 4 o'clock in North Carolina. It's getting late for you. So Cindy in the front room, in the middle of their clutch, because she can't be in the other room. You got all your fishing shit in there and all your knives. She made herself a little home there, huh? She got put up with your shit and went in the front room. Yeah, it's probably because I'm hosting it. Yep. Three on my part of KY, Kentucky. In Kentucky, it's 3 o'clock. It must be on the east side of Kentucky. Cause it's, yeah. Oh wait, no, 3 o'clock. Yeah, you're in Kentucky. Same here, 3 o'clock. One of my best friends lives in Kentucky. You ever hear of a town called Magnolia? He must be on the East Coast. Rogers fan. Rogers fan. So you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan like me. And you're anxiously awaiting Rodgers to play football for the Steelers, huh? I don't even think he's sure he wants to yet. Ever since I was with the sheriff's department and worked nights, I've never been able to get my internal clock straight again. Saliva watch TV all night or on her, and she don't like it. Yeah, I couldn't fall asleep if you were watching TV too. I don't even like Kim likes to have a damn light on in the bathroom. And I'm like, turn that fucking light off. You know what I mean? I like total darkness when I sleep. No, never. Hers, I'm not from here. Uh, okay. Aaron Rodgers will play this season. He just doesn't want to play until training camp starts. Okay, well, new reports coming in all the time. I heard one a couple days ago. He hasn't decided yet, so maybe. And I belong to the Steelers pod. All the YouTube channels for the Steelers and the podcasts, and I haven't heard nothing yet from him deciding yet. So maybe they changed. Maybe he changed his mind. But that's just typical Aaron Rodgers. No, I absolutely hated him when he played for Green Bay because I'm a Bears fan, being a Chicago man, living by Chicago, living in Illinois. But growing up as a kid, I always been a diehard Steelers fan too. So now I'm gonna have to like the guy, and I gotta give him credit. Despite his age working against him, he's always been a hell of a quarterback. So hey, that's a good thing for Pittsburgh. Hey, Tomlin can get his offense right this year and actually be a little more competitive. But they were a playoff team this year or last year. So I not saliva. Not saliva. Okay, I got you. Boy, your old lady's a vampire. Alrighty then. So yeah, I am getting tired, yo. So I think we're gonna finish the cigarette and hit it. Y'all see me again tomorrow. Maybe 8, maybe 9. Mike Tomlin needs fired. No playoff wins in 10 years. Get him out of Pittsburgh. I hear you, man. You know, as sharp as he used to be, he sure ain't that sharp anymore. I watched every game with Ben Roethlisberger, and then I just started losing interest when he left. Ben Roethlisberger was the man for a while, since Bradshaw. I mean, no rookie's done what he's done their rookie year ever. It was incredible. His rookie year, man, unbelievable. Big bad Ben. Yep, you too, Claude. I'm gonna try to have a great day. I might wake up 1 o'clock today. I'm doing absolutely nothing till Monday. You too, Paul. I mean, I'm not done with my cigarette yet, but it's getting late, and she doesn't sleep until the sun comes up. It messes up my sleep. Oh wow. Yep. Yep. Good night. Best life. Our relation would besides picture would keep a coach who hasn't won a playoff game in 10 years. But they did lose their first playoff game this year, didn't they? When it the Dallas Cowboys? I can't remember. But being a Chicago fan too, I was hoping Justin Fields. I was great. I loved to see him go to Pittsburgh because I'm a Bears fan and a Pittsburgh fan. So when he went over there, I'm like, well, I didn't really lose him as a fan. Probably means two more. No, it's this one here. I mean, I got like probably 3 minutes left on it. Yeah, that's about the year our last playoff win was 2016. Yeah, Tomlin's not doing too good. They do need to get a new coach, but the franchise loves him, so you know how that goes. And last year, he just couldn't get the offense together. Offensive line, probably means two more cigarettes. Oh man, yeah, my back's starting to kill me too. I'm sitting too long. Well, I did a lot of yard work today, so have to wake up in the morning, do some stretches, some exercise. The Fat City hang up already? I'm going to smoke one more myself, Paul says. The old side buster. Still got these knives on my table from last night. $10 fine at antique store. 2017 side buster. This is one hell of a trade though here I did with Louis from Arizona EDC. Oh yeah, this is the Bose. The Bose special. Case. Here's my Navy one since I was in the Navy. Honor, courage, and commitment. It was commitment, that's for sure. Yeah, yeah. Tony Bose from Louis. You missed this knife yet, Louis? You even got the American flag on it. Oldest one of all, 1920. Louis, this is worth $250, buddy. 1920 case. Stockman. You're just in time for me to say goodbye, Louis. I gotta hang her up, guys. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. The rest of it, whatever's left of it, this Sunday or today. And I will see you tonight, right? So I'm just flat out tired, man. Wow. I did a lot today. Cut grass, cut up trees, hauled the shit away, tilled my garden. I did too much. Bedtime for you as well. Good night. Yep, good night, Paul. And everybody else, 200 and sometimes $300 depending on who is asking. You sure it ain't worth $60? I will tell you though, this knife here is actually untouched. I mean, it wasn't cleaned off. You know, it's actually worth over $100. It's not a $60 knife. I've actually had a guy offer me 200 for it, and I didn't want to get rid of it because it's the oldest one I got, and I'm just gonna keep it in my collection. You don't run across 2000 or 1920 knives too often from Case, even though it's a well used pocket knife. You know what I mean? It's really not worth over $125. To tell you the truth, in its condition. But the natural patina hasn't never been taken off of it. Just some of the edges have from use. And the right person that actually wants it will, if they want to pay up $200, like that one guy offered me 200 for it, and they want the old ones too. But, you know, ow, you little son of a bitch. Good thing I wasn't sharp. It stung me. Man, listen to that snap. That's when Case made knives right. So, anyways, I'm going to say good night to you all, and or good day to you all, and I will see you tonight. All right? So, until I see you again, I forbid you all peace. Be good or be good at it, one or the other. Until tonight, later, folks. I'm about to start a new slip joint soon. Yeah, me too. I'm getting ready. I actually started a one-handed razor. I need to finish it. It's my first one-handed razor for my own personal collection that I make. I'm gonna finish that up, and I'll show it tonight on my live tonight. I'll see you all for the live Sunday Fun Day, probably 8 or 9 o'clock. In between there, I get started early and quit by midnight, right? So I'll see you then. Take care, guys. Thanks.